Chapter 31:12. Sky Puppet Formation, yes. Prince Qing nodded, but she did not dare to show any arrogance. She was very clear that if her identity as a princess was in the Jianwu country, it would naturally be incomparably lofty. However, if it was in the first sky, it would not be a big deal. After all, the first sky was vast and boundless. There were countless countries. Not many people would care about a mere princess from an ordinary country. At the very least, a sect like the Holy Feather sect could not care about the entire Jianwu country, let alone a princess from a country. I have already confirmed with Elder Qichin that he indeed has the intention to take you as his disciple. However, whether you can really become his disciple will depend on your own ability, said the thin and weak elder. Prince Qing's expression changed, but his gaze became firm. Under the guidance of the thin and frail elder, it did not take long for the three of them to arrive at a huge training ground of the Holy Feather sect. There were quite a few people on the training ground at this moment, and in the middle of the training ground, there was a special array formation. Has the Sky Puppet Array formation been set up? The weathered elder called a person over to ask. Elder Exan, it's already set up, but I wonder who is going to break through the Sky Puppet Array formation. The deacon replied, Her. The thin elder pointed at Qing. He said, Mu Qing, Elder Kitchen has already ordered you to challenge the Sky Puppet Formation. If you can last 10 breaths in the Sky Puppet Formation, you can become his in-name disciple. If you can last 20 breaths, you can become his personal disciple. But if you can't even last 10 breaths, then he will be wrong. You can go back to where you came from. Trying to break through this formation? Prince Qing's expression was solemn as he immediately looked toward the formation at the center of the arena. The formation was extremely unique, and at the center of the formation were many incomparably tall and sturdy figures. These tall and sturdy figures were all powerful sky puppets. Every single one of them possessed true saint-level battle prowess, and there were 6 sky puppets within the formation. Remember, you only have one chance. Go. The old man waved his hand. Princess Qing was a bit nervous. She took a deep breath, but her eyes quickly became resolute. Under the gazes of many Holy Feather sect disciples, Princess Qing entered the center of the array. Let's begin. As the old man ordered, the deacon immediately activated the Sky Puppet Array. In an instant, the 6 heavenly puppets in the center of the formation woke up and attacked Prince Qing. Prince Qing also took out a jade green spear and fought with the heavenly puppets. As for Jian Wushuang and Yuan Chong, they watched from outside the formation. Prince Qing, go for it. Yuan Chong clenched his hands, his eyes full of expectation. The 6 sky puppets seemed to be quite strong. Each one of them has the battle strength of a first-rank true saint. The 6 of them, working together, put a lot of pressure on Prince Qing. Jian Wushuang also watched everything in the formation. Suddenly, his pupils constricted again. No, the Sky Puppet Magic Formation is not that simple. The 6 heaven puppets have been increasing their strength during the fight with Prince Qing. Moreover, their speed of improvement is very fast. If they continue at this speed, their strength should reach the peak of rank 1 or even close to a rank 2 true saint in 20 breaths. It will be very difficult for them to resist the 6 sky puppets at the same time. Jian Wushuang could tell that the Sky Puppet Formation was extraordinary. Inside the formation, Emperor Qing was fighting with the 6 sky puppets. At first, he was calm, but as time went by, it became more and more difficult. After 5 breaths, Emperor Qing was under a certain amount of pressure. After 10 breaths, Emperor Qing was completely suppressed by the 6 sky puppets. 10 breaths! Yuan Chang's heart skipped a beat. According to what the old man had said, as long as she could hold on for 10 breaths in the heavenly puppet formation, Princess Qing would be able to become the in-name disciple of Elder Qichin. Although the in-name disciple was far inferior to the personal disciple, it was still not bad. At the very least, they would not have come all this way for nothing. 12 breaths. Princess Qing, hold on, you must hold on. Yuan Chong roared in his heart. Very soon, Her Highness Qing had walked through 14 breaths of time within the sky puppet array. At this moment, she had already been completely suppressed and forced into a sorry state by the 6 sky puppets, but she was still doing her best to hold on. And when Her Highness Qing was trapped within the sky puppet array, in the void not far away, several figures were slowly drifting forward. Sect Master Moon Reflection, your Holy Feather Sect is really magnanimous. A calm laughter rang out. This laughter was said very casually, and it was unknown if it was really praising the Holy Feather Sect. And the one who spoke was a black-haired, demonic youth. The aura emitted from this black-haired, demonic youth was not very strong, and was only at the first level true saint realm. Haha, my Holy Feather Sect is only slightly bigger, but it doesn't have too many extraordinary things. Compared to many ancient sects in the first sky, it's too far away. For example, the Young Divine sect directly established its sect in a mystic realm of heaven and earth. How amazing is that? Also, take the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, where the 2 young friends are from. Legend has it that one of the 2 great headquarters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the Heaven-Cleaving Star, was moved back from the universe battlefield. It contains all sorts of mystical things. That's what makes it amazing, said a beautiful, purple-clothed woman leisurely. After all, the Young Divine Sect has given birth to a principal's master. It's normal for it to have a mystic realm of heaven and earth. As for the Heaven-Cleaving Star of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, that's incomparable, the black-haired demonic youth said. Of course. The purple-robed, beautiful woman smiled. Oh, the black-haired demonic youth's expression suddenly moved, but his gaze landed on the martial practice field in front of him. That martial practice field seems to be very lively. What is it doing? This, the purple-robed, beautiful woman also glanced at the training ground, and her expression could not help but change. It looks like someone is barging into the sky puppet formation. Sky puppet formation? Let's go and take a look. The black-haired demonic youth immediately rushed over, and beside him was a white-robed woman. Although she did not say anything, she still followed him. The purple-robed, beautiful woman and a few experts from the Holy Feather Sect behind her naturally followed. In the blink of an eye, these people had already arrived at the void around the training field. Is that your Holy Feather Sect's sky puppet formation? It looks very ordinary. The black-robed devilish youth stared at the scene inside the sky puppet formation, but the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of disdain. Hee, although the strength of the 6 sky puppets in the sky puppet formation can continuously become stronger, no matter how strong they are, they can only reach the 2nd level true saint level. It's more than enough to test the strength of ordinary disciples, but it's useless to some top geniuses like you 2 young friends. The purple-robed, beautiful woman said. Chapter 3113, Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis? Is the girl who is challenging the sky puppet array a disciple of the Holy Feather Sect? The black-haired, demonic youth asked casually. I haven't seen this girl yet, so she shouldn't be a disciple of our Holy Feather Sect yet. However, she has already lasted for 15 breaths in the sky puppet array. Judging from her appearance, she should be able to last for 18 breaths. To be able to last so long in the sky puppet array, she is considered quite outstanding among the disciples of our Holy Feather Sect, said the purple-clothed, beautiful woman. However, the black-haired, devilish youth still did not care about it. He did not even bother to look at the sky puppet array again. Instead, he turned his gaze to the training grounds. However, with just a casual glance, his pupils suddenly constricted. His gaze was completely fixed on a person on the training grounds. Mirage water, mirage water! The black-haired, devilish youth hurriedly shouted. What's wrong? The silent, white-robed woman looked over. Look who it is." The black-haired, demonic youth's voice was trembling. The white-robed woman looked in the direction the black-haired, demonic youth had pointed, and her eyes instantly widened. Both of them were staring at that person, and that person was Jian Wushuang. "It's him. It's definitely him. Although his appearance has been disguised, the extent of the disguise is not big. I can recognize him at a glance." The black-haired, evil-looking young man and the white-robed woman instantly confirmed Jian Wushuang's identity. They had not only seen Jian Wushuang, but also had a deep impression of him. Even if Jian Wushuang had disguised himself a little, they could still recognize him. Why is he here?" The black-haired, evil-looking young man was trembling. "I don't know." The white-robed woman shook her head. "What should we do? Should we go over?" No hurry. He is standing outside the sky puppet formation. It seems that the woman who is breaking through the formation is related to him. Let's wait here and wait for the woman to finish breaking through the formation before we go over," the black-haired, evil-looking young man said. "All right." The white-robed woman nodded heavily as well. The two of them conversed softly. The purple-haired beauty beside them did not hear what they were saying, nor did she notice that they had lost their composure. Inside the sky puppet formation, Princess Qing gritted her teeth and unleashed her full strength. It was not just her strength, but also her tenacity. In fact, she should have been defeated by the 6 sky puppets a long time ago, but she was unwilling to give up. She had been fighting with all her might, putting her life on the line just to hold on for the last few breaths. 20 breaths. No matter what, I have to hold on for 20 breaths. Only in this way can I become the personal disciple of Elder Kitchen. Only by becoming the personal disciple can I have the right to ask Elder Kitchen to come out and ask the Holy Feather Sect to come out and help 6th brother. The conviction in Princess Qing's heart was abnormally firm. It was this conviction that had been driving her, causing her to not give up until now. 17 breaths, 18 breaths. Very quickly, Princess Qing held on for the 19th breath. He actually held on for 19 breaths. The beautiful woman in purple beside the martial arts practice field revealed a surprised expression. She had long seen through Prince Qing's strength. In her opinion, Prince Qing being able to last for 18 breaths in the sky puppet formation was already his limit. But she did not expect that he could last for 19 breaths. And now, she was trying to last for 20 breaths. Bang! A low and deep sound rang out, and a terrifying force smashed directly onto Prince Qing's divine body. Prince Qing's body instantly turned into a stream of light and was directly blasted out of the sky puppet formation. In the 20th breath, Qing Air still could not endure it. Fortunately, she still couldn't endure it in the 20th breath. However, with her strength, she was able to endure it for 19 breaths. This belief is very strong. This girl's tenacity and willpower are also very outstanding. The purple-robed, beautiful woman looked at Qing Air, who was blasted out of the sky puppet formation. A trace of admiration could be seen in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, Prince Qing had already stabilized her body, but her face was deathly pale. She stood outside the sky puppet formation with both her hands clenched tightly. Her fingertips were already as smooth as flesh and blood, and her body was trembling slightly. She was unwilling. It was clearly only the last breath, but she had failed. You persisted in the sky puppet formation for 19 breaths of time. According to what Elder Kitchen said, you are qualified to become his in-name disciple. Elder Kitchen is currently in closed-door cultivation. After some time, when Elder Kitchen comes out of closed-door cultivation, you will be able to accept him as your master. The weathered old man stared at Prince Qing. His expression was even colder than before. Honorary disciples and personal disciples seemed to be disciples, but there was a huge gap between them. One had to know that all the powerful elders in the Holy Feather Sect had many honorary disciples under them. For example, Elder Kitchen had more than 10 honorary disciples, but he only had one personal disciple. The difference in status, of course, he did not think so. Previously, the vicissitudes of life Elder thought that Prince Ching might become Elder Kitchen's personal disciple, so he was quite polite to Prince Ching. But now that he was only an in-name disciple, his attitude naturally changed. "I have an urgent matter. Can I go and see Master now?" Prince Ching asked. "No." The vicissitudes of life Elder shook his head. If he was a personal disciple, if he had urgent matters to attend to, he could naturally seek an audience with him. However, an in-name disciple was just a name. Elder Kitchen probably would not even take it to heart. How could he let him disturb his closed-door cultivation? Upon hearing the old man's reply, Princess Ching's face turned deathly pale. Right at this moment. So. Several figures suddenly swept down from the surrounding void and arrived in front of Her Highness Ching. When the vicissitudes of life old man saw who it was, he immediately bowed and saluted. "Greetings, Sect Master." The Sect Master was naturally referring to the purple-robed beauty. This purple-robed beauty was the current Sect Master of the Holy Feather Sect in Yu. Most people called her the Sect Master of the Moon Reflection Sect. "Get up." Sect Master in Yu waved her hand, and the weathered elder immediately stood up. Beside Sect Master in Yu, the black-haired, evil-looking young man and the white-robed woman took a deep breath. They both stepped forward and approached Jian Wushuang with some restraint. Then, under Sect Master in Yu's somewhat shocked gaze, they directly bowed to Jian Wushuang. At the same time, the black-haired, evil-looking youth said, "Evil Master, greetings, Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis. I didn't expect you to be in the Holy Feather Sect." Sect Master Moon Reflection was stunned. "Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis? You." Chapter 31:14. Personal disciple Sect Master Ingwe looked at the two people around her in astonishment. Although they were only rank 1 true saints, she was very clear about their origins and identities. Even she was polite to them and did not put on any airs. But now, these two people actually treated each other so humbly. They called each other sir, and even addressed each other as you? Who was this person? "It's you too." Jian Wushuang glanced at the black-haired, evil-looking young man and the white-robed woman. They were the two geniuses from the primitive palace he met in the Bone region, the Evil Master and Mirage Water. When the three geniuses from the primitive palace joined hands, they were easily defeated by Jian Wushuang. Later, on the Heaven-Cleaving Star, they saw Jian Wushuang easily defeat Gutong, the number 1 genius of the first stage of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces. Naturally, they were in awe of Jian Wushuang. "It's rare that you still remember us." The Evil Master smiled. "Not long ago, we saw you on the Heaven-Cleaving Star. However, there were too many people, so we didn't come forward to greet you. Later, you entered the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm and stayed there for a long time. We don't know when you left." Heaven-Cleaving Star? Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm? When the Moon Reflection Sect Master heard these words, her pupils contracted secretly. "Young friend Evil Master, could it be that this young brother is also a member of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces?" No. Sir Heavenly Sword Marquis is not a subordinate of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces," said the Evil Master. "Then why did he go to the Heaven-Cleaving Star and enter the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm?" The Moon Reflection Sect Master was puzzled. She was the Sect Master of the Holy Feather Sect, after all, and had some knowledge. She had heard of the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm before. The Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm was one of the greatest opportunities in the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces. Even within the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces, only a handful of people were qualified to enter it. Sect Mastering you may not know this, but although Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis is not a member of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces, the 3 Palace Masters of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces personally gave the order to make an exception for Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm once. The evil master said with a smile, 3 palace masters make an exception. Moon Reflection, sect master, was stunned, and huge waves immediately surged up from the bottom of his heart. The 3 palace masters of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces were all supreme existences. They were the top-notch principles masters. Any one of these supreme experts was enough to sweep through the entire first heaven. For example, although the 3 pavilions and 9 courtyards of the first heaven had a certain level of strength, they were nothing in front of the heaven-cleaving alliance's palace masters. How could the 3 palace masters make an exception for the heavenly sword marquis in front of them? Sect mastering, you stared at Jian Wushuang with a strange expression. Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis, why are you here in the Holy Feather Sect? The evil master asked. I followed her here. Jian Wushuang glanced at Prince Qing. Her. The evil master looked at Prince Qing and asked curiously, Is this girl related to you, Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis? Sort of. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. It'll be her guard for a while. Guard. The evil master's expression became even more strange. Sect Master Yingya's eyes lit up, and then she stepped forward and asked, Girl, what's your name, and where are you from? Sect Master Yingya's question made her nervous and excited. She suppressed her emotions and answered, Sect Master, my name is Mu Qing, and am from the true martial kingdom. Sect Master, this Mu Qing has Elder Qi Chen's token. She came here this time to enter Elder Qi Chen's tutelage. However, Elder Qi Chen asked her to break through this sky puppet array. She can only become his personal disciple after enduring for 20 breaths in the sky puppet array. This Mu Qing only lasted for 19 breaths. Therefore, she can only become an in-name disciple. The weathered elder at the side said immediately, In-name disciple! The Moon Reflection sect master frowned slightly. This girl's tenacity and willpower are both very good. I also find her very pleasing to the eye. How about this? Let Elder Qi Chen give her to me. I haven't accepted a disciple in a long time either. Sect Master, you want to accept her as a disciple? The vicissitudes of life old man looked over in astonishment. Princess Qing also raised her head abruptly and looked at the Moon Reflection sect master in disbelief. I want to take you in as a disciple and a personal disciple at that. The sect master of the Reflection Moon sect looked at His Highness Qing. However, there are certain conditions for you to become my disciple. I still have some matters that I have yet to settle. After some time has passed, I will personally arrange a test for you. If you can pass my test, you can become my personal disciple. How about it? Thank you, Lord Sect Master. Prince Qing was pleasantly surprised. You are welcome. Sect Master in you waved his hand. May I ask, Lord Sect Master, how long will it take for the test to be ready? Clearly, Prince Qing was somewhat anxious. Why are you so anxious? Do you have other matters? Sect Mastering, you looked over. Yes, I do. Prince Qing hesitated for a moment. Then he briefly recounted some of the things that had happened in the Zhanmu kingdom. The competition for the ruler? So that's how it is? The expression of the sect master of the moon, reflecting sect, changed. You want my holy feather sect to step forward and help your 6th brother? Yes. His Highness Qing clenched his teeth. The sect master of the moon, reflecting, sect glanced at His Highness Qing and immediately smiled. Your talent is not bad. Moreover, I admire your tenacity and perseverance. Even if you are unable to pass my test and become my personal disciple in the end, it is not a problem for you to become a core disciple of my Holy Feather sect. Since you have encountered some trouble now, my Holy Feather sect will naturally step forward to help you. Xian sect. Sect Master in you glanced at the weathered elder and said, Go and invite Elder Zixing. Ask him to go to the true martial kingdom with you. Help this girl solve the troubles in the true martial kingdom and then come back." "Yes." The weathered elder nodded respectfully and immediately went to invite Elder Zixing. "Thank you, Sect Master." Prince Qing was very excited, and Yuan Chong was also so excited that his body was trembling. "I told you there was no need to be so polite." The moon reflection Sect Master only smiled faintly, but her eyes were looking at Jian Wushuang, whether intentionally or not. Jian Wushuang had been standing there with his arms crossed. His expression was cold, as if it had nothing to do with what was in front of him. However, although Jian Wushuang did not make any movements, he could still see that the reason why the moon reflection Sect Master wanted to take Prince Qing as a personal disciple and asked the Holy Feather Sect to solve the trouble in the genuine Force country was because of him. It was because of him. Not long after, the weathered elder came with Elder Zixing. The aura that Elder Zixing emitted was that of a genuine rank 6 true saint. Chapter 31:15. Raging Anger. Zixing, go to the true martial kingdom with the Xian sect. After you solve the girl's problem, bring her back to the sect. Sect mastering, you said. "Yes." Zixing nodded. "Sect mastering you," the evil master said, "we will also go to the true martial kingdom with Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis. We won't stay any longer." "Okay." Sect Master Ingyue was very polite. Jian Wushuang and the others immediately set off. After Jian Wushuang and the others left the Holy Feather Sect, an elder of the Holy Feather Sect came forward. "Sect Master, are you really going to take Mu Qing as your personal disciple?" The elder asked in surprise. "Yes, I am." "Sect Master," Ingyue nodded. "Is it because of Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis?" The elder asked. "Yes, but not entirely," the Sect Master said with a smile. She did admire Mu Qing, but under normal circumstances, even if she did, she would not directly say that she wanted to take him as her personal disciple. The reason why she gave Mu Qing such an opportunity was because of Jian Wushuang. She even sent people to the true martial kingdom to solve his problems, largely because of Jian Wushuang. "Who is the Heavenly Sword Marquis?" The elder asked, puzzled. "I don't know, but I can be sure that his background is extraordinary." The moon reflection Sect Master's expression became solemn. The evil master and Mirage Water are already the genius disciples of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces and the primitive palace. And this Heavenly Sword Marquis is clearly an extraordinary genius as well. Moreover, he was able to make the evil master and Mirage Water revere him so much that he even respectfully addressed him as Sir, and even addressed him as you. Such treatment is something that not even the super monsters of the Chaos Palace can do. In addition to what the evil master just said, this Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis actually made an exception for the 3 palace masters of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces to give him a spot in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. This is simply inconceivable. If I'm not mistaken, this Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis either has a background that reaches the heavens, or he has incredible talent. It's even possible that he has both. If the first type has such a huge background, then it wouldn't be wrong for us to think of ways to befriend them. And if the second type, that incredible genius, just because he didn't join the 3 palaces, if he joined the 3 palaces, his status wouldn't be inferior to the principal's master. What? The elder stared. Just a rank 3 true saint. But his status was comparable to the principal's master? So, no matter what, this Heavenly Sword Marquis isn't someone our Holy Feather Sect can offend. Moreover, he's worth us thinking of ways to befriend him. I just accepted Mu Qing as a disciple, so I'm doing this Heavenly Sword Marquis a favor. Of course, although this favor won't make this Heavenly Sword Marquis grateful, in the future, when our Holy Feather Sect interacts with him again, it'll definitely be much easier, Moon Reflection Sect Master said. I see. The elder immediately understood. Sect Master is wise. In the void outside the Holy Feather Sect, Jian Wushuang, Mu Qing, Yuan Chong, Xie Shi, Mirage Water, and Elder Zixing from the Holy Feather Sect were standing there with Xan Zong. Elder Zixing is a genuine rank 6 true saint, and Lord Xan Zong is a peak rank 5 true saint expert. With these two lords following us to the true martial kingdom, the threat of the third prince to your highness will cease immediately. Yuan Chong looked at Elder Zixing and Xan Zong beside him. He looked extremely excited. Thank you, Mr. Heavenly Marquis. Mu Qing looked at Jian Wushuang and said gratefully. She was not stupid. In the Holy Feather Sect, she could see that the reason why the sect master of the Moon Reflecting Sect was so polite to her and even gave her the opportunity to become his personal disciple was very important. It was because of the guard, Heavenly Sword Marquis. The sect master of the Moon Reflection Sect was obviously a favor to Heavenly Sword Marquis. Although her talent was good, she was not too outstanding in the Holy Feather Sect. For example, Elder Qi Chen of the Holy Feather Sect only accepted her as an in-name disciple according to the result of her breaking through the sky puppet formation. But now, she had a great chance to become the personal disciple of the sect master of the Moon Reflection Sect, which was equivalent to ascending to the heavens in one step. I didn't do anything. As for the Holy Feather Sect, you fought for it yourself. Jian Wushuang's voice was calm, and he did not take credit for it. Indeed, he did not do anything. He just stood there and did not say much. As for the Moon Reflection Sect Master and the others wanting to give him face and help him, he just did not refuse. No matter what, I still have to thank you. Mu Qing said once again, All right, let's talk about the rest later. Let's go to the true martial kingdom first and settle the troubles there first. Elder Zixing said from the side. Mu Qing nodded slightly. Immediately, the group of people headed straight for the true martial kingdom. In the magnificent palace, the third prince was still seated on the throne at the very top. However, the third prince's expression was extremely ugly. Trash! A bunch of trash! A low shout filled with anger exploded within the large hall. Many experts stood in the middle of the hall, and their bodies trembled slightly when they heard this shout. Humph, that four-god is really stupid. He's a rank 5 true saint, and he brought close to 30 rank 3 and rank 4 true saints to kill La Qing, who only had 10 rank 3 true saints protecting him. It's fine that he didn't kill La Qing, but he even lost himself. Close to 30 experts, and not a single one survived. Moreover, not even the slightest bit of information was transmitted. I really don't know what they did before they died. Even if it was 30 pigs before they were killed, they should at least roar twice. At this moment, the third prince's fury was indeed overflowing to the heavens. He had just received news that Mu Qing had already arrived at the Holy Feather Sect. Moreover, he seemed to have a certain relationship with the sect master of the Moon Reflection Sect within the Holy Feather Sect. The sect master of the Moon Reflection Sect had actually sent 2 experts to follow Mu Qing toward the true martial kingdom. Your Highness, Xin Si and the others have already died. It's useless to be angry at this time. As for why they were completely annihilated and everyone had died there, we can forget about that for now. But right now, our top priority is to think about what we should do next. The purple-robed, middle-aged man who was leading the group said. His voice was unusually grave. His Highness Qing has already gone to the Holy Feather Sect and has already formed a relationship with them. The Holy Feather Sect has even sent a rank 6 and a peak rank 5 true saint from the Zhan Wu Kingdom. That peak rank 5 true saint is still all right. With our strength, we can find someone to contend against him. However, the key point is that rank 6 true saint is not easy to deal with. The purple-robed, middle-aged man's words caused everyone in the hall to frown, and everyone rushed to the bottom of the heart of extraordinary pressure. Chapter 31:16. Help. Although a rank 5 true saint was the top elite warrior in the Zhanwu country, there were still some in the entire country. With the power of the third prince, it was not difficult to find an elite warrior who could compete with a rank 5 true saint. However, a rank 6 true saint. It must be known that the strongest warrior in the Jianwu country was the king of the Jianwu country who had suddenly disappeared. He was only a rank 6 true saint. Previously, the king of the Jianwu country was also the only rank 6 true saint in the Jianwu country. Now that the king of the Jianwu country had disappeared, how could the Jianwu country still have the combat power to fight against a rank 6 true saint? Thus, if that rank 6 true saint from the Holy Feather sect had arrived in the Jianwu country and gathered with the 6th prince to attack them directly, they would not have any room to resist. Humph, a level 6 true saint, so what? A fierce light flashed in the 3rd prince's eyes like an electric arc. If Qing could find the Holy Feather sect to help, wouldn't I find helpers? A rank 6 true saint was indeed invincible in the Jianwu country. However, this was the first heaven, where the number of experts was as high as the clouds. It would not be difficult to find 1 or 2 rank 6 true saints. The 3rd prince's face was gloomy, but he already had an idea in his heart. Immediately, the 3rd prince took out a communication talisman and used it to communicate with others. After a short moment, the 3rd prince revealed a bright smile. Everyone, there is no need to rush. It won't be long before the helpers that I have invited will arrive. Hearing the 3rd prince's words, the powerhouses in the palace looked at each other in dismay and felt much more at ease. The 3rd prince began to wait. This wait only lasted for 10 days. In front of the huge mansion where the 3rd prince lived, 2 figures sped over and stopped in midair. Mu Feng. A majestic voice came from one of the people's mouth and resounded in the world. Mu Feng was the 3rd prince's real name. There were many people who knew this real name, but usually no one dared to call him by his name. Most people called him His Highness or the 3rd prince. But now the person who came called the 3rd prince by his name. Moreover, when the 3rd prince heard this voice, he was not angry but happy instead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Surrounded by a group of people, the 3rd prince's figure immediately appeared in front of the 2 people. Haha, brother Yixiao. The 3rd prince laughed heartily, and his eyes were filled with joy. The person whom the 3rd prince called brother Yixiao was actually a blood-haired young man dressed in luxurious clothes. This blood-haired young man had a cold expression, and he carried a blood-colored battle saber on his back. His aura was especially cold. Chu Yixiao was a genius disciple from the Purple Heaven Pavilion. He had a cold temperament, but when he saw the 3rd prince arrive, a rare smile appeared on Chu Yixiao's face. Mu Feng, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Is it good to see you? It's all right. It's just that I've encountered some trouble recently. The 3rd prince deliberately sighed. After that, he turned his gaze toward a white-bearded old man beside Chu Yixiao. That white-bearded old man's gaze was cloudy. Standing there, his entire person looked like a celestial being. Brother Yixiao, who is this senior? The 3rd prince asked. This is Deacon Long from my Purple Sky Pavilion. I know that you've encountered some trouble. You're worried that I won't be able to resolve it by myself, so I've invited Deacon Long to come with me. Deacon Long is a genuine rank 6 true saint. Moreover, his strength isn't ordinary. Chu Yixiao said, rank 6 true saint. The 3rd prince's eyes lit up, but he immediately bowed. Mu Feng greets Deacon Long. Get up. The sage-like, white-bearded old man, Deacon Long, glanced indifferently at the 3rd prince. This old man has come because of Yixiao. Tell me, what do you want this old man to do for you? There is no rush. I have already ordered someone to prepare a banquet. Let's drink while we talk. What do you think? The 3rd prince said, Okay. Yixiao nodded. Immediately, the 3 of them returned to the magnificent palace. In the magnificent palace, wine and meat were served on the table. Only then did the 3rd prince begin to recount the trouble he had encountered. This is how it is. If the Holy Feather Sect had not appeared, the position of king of the Jianwu kingdom would have been mine for sure. But now it's troublesome. After the third prince had finished speaking, he quietly raised his head and looked at Chu Yixiao, and Deacon Long. Deacon Long's death was very ordinary. It seemed that what the third prince had said had nothing to do with him. Chu Yixiao also slightly frowned. Mu Feng, this matter of yours is indeed troublesome. After all, the Holy Feather Sect is located near the Jianwu country. Even if the Holy Feather Sect forcefully forced the Jianwu country to become its subordinate, I don't think anyone would say anything. And now, your sister has become a disciple of the Holy Feather Sect. She might even become the personal disciple of the sect master of the Holy Feather Sect. So, it's only natural for the Holy Feather Sect to help her resolve the internal conflicts in the Jianwu country. No, since Qing can make the Jianwu country submit to the Holy Feather Sect, then I can also make the Jianwu country submit to the Purple Cloud Pavilion. The third prince said, Submit to the Purple Cloud Pavilion? Chu Yixiao's expression changed. Immediately he said with a smile, Mu Feng, it's not that you don't know. Although our Purple Cloud Pavilion is much more powerful than the Holy Feather Sect, our Purple Cloud Pavilion is too far away from the Jianwu country. We don't know how many territories are separated in the middle. How could we care about this Jianwu country? That's true, but it's not absolute. Brother Yixiao, Deacon Long, the reason why I invited the two of you here today is that I hope that you can think of a way. Oh, right. This is the gift I prepared for the two of you. I hope that you can accept it. Mu Feng waved his hand and took out 2 interspatial rings. Chu Yixiao and Deacon Long each had one. Deacon Long glanced at the interspatial rings and nodded slightly. As for Chu Yixiao, the corners of his mouth curled up, but his expression could not help but darken. Humph! The Holy Feather Sect is just an unranked sect in the first heaven. They have quite a wide scope of control. Mu Feng, don't worry. Since I'm here with Deacon Long today, I'll naturally lend you a hand. Many thanks, Brother Yixiao. The third prince was overjoyed, but he secretly pursed his lips in his heart. He and Chu Yixiao were indeed once friends. Before Chu Yixiao joined the Purple Cloud Pavilion, the two of them had taken risks together, but it was only an adventure. After all, they did not really share life and death together, so they could only be considered friends. Of course, the other party would not work for him for free. Therefore, although he did not refuse at the beginning, he said that it would be difficult to deal with all kinds of trouble. But now, as soon as he took out the meeting gift, Chu Yixiao immediately changed his attitude. Sure enough, money could make the devil move the millstone. Mu Feng, let's not waste any time. Gather your men and set off directly, Chu Yixiao said. Set off directly? Kill our way to our door now. The third prince was startled. Of course. Deacon Long and I don't plan to stay for too long this time. Moreover, if we delay, things will change. Chu Yixiao said with a smile. Okay. The third prince nodded and immediately went to prepare. Chapter 31:17. Arrived after a month of traveling, Jian Wushuang and the others returned to the true martial kingdom and the mansion where the sixth prince lived. The sixth prince was already waiting there. Sixth brother. Mu Qing came to the front of the sixth prince. Qing, are you okay? The sixth prince asked. I'm fine. Mu Qing shook his head. Then he began to introduce. Sixth brother, let me introduce you. These two are Elder Zixing from the Holy Feather Sect and Lord Xianzong. They were personally sent by Sect Master in you to help us. The sixth prince immediately looked at Elder Zixing and Xianzong. Elder Zixing and Xianzong did not conceal their auras either. The sixth prince could clearly sense the auras of those rank 5 and rank 6 peak true saints. Jianwu Kingdom's Mu Yun greets the two lords. The sixth prince immediately bowed respectfully. Elder Zixing glanced at the sixth prince and waved his hand. However, he did not say anything. Xian Zong also appeared very cold. The reason why they had come to Zhanwu country was that they had received the orders of the Moon Reflection sect master. As for Mu Yun's so-called identity as the sixth prince of Zhanwu country, they did not care about it at all. And these two are the two geniuses from the heaven-cleaving three-palace original palace, the Evil Master and the Mirage Water. Mu Qing said again, heaven-cleaving three palaces. The sixth prince's expression immediately changed. He had also heard of the heaven-cleaving three palaces. It was said that geniuses were as numerous as the clouds there. Any one of them would be a favored son of heaven. Their status was also not something that a mere prince from an ordinary kingdom like him could compare to. Greetings, the sixth prince also bowed humbly. Yes. The evil master nodded slightly in response. Sixth brother, and this is Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis. He was invited by you before. The reason why I was able to arrive at the Holy Feather sect smoothly and even ask the Moon Reflection sect master to send experts to help is because of Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis, Mu Qing said. Oh. The sixth prince raised his eyebrows and looked at Jian Wushuang with a humble smile. Jian Wushuang did not care at all. Everyone, I have arranged a banquet to welcome you. Come with me, the sixth prince said with a smile. Immediately, everyone followed the sixth prince into the mansion below. In a magnificent hall, singing and dancing were very lively. The sixth prince sat at the top of the hall with a wine cup in his hand and said, Mu Yun is very grateful that all of you have come to help me this time. Hey race, a toast to all of you. With that, the sixth prince drank the wine in his hand. After drinking it, he wiped his mouth and looked down. He found that the people sitting on both sides of the table, whether it was Elder Zixing, Xian Zong, Evil Master, or Mirage Water, did not pay any attention to him at all. They did not pay any attention to him at all. Elder Zixing and Xian Zong looked extremely cold. The former closed his eyes directly, and even if he opened his eyes slightly, he would look in Jian Wushuang's direction. Meanwhile, Evil Master and Mirage Water had been looking at Jian Wushuang with an embarrassed smile. Evil Master had been toasting Jian Wushuang. This scene inevitably made Sixth Prince feel a little awkward. With a sigh, the Sixth Prince put down the wine cup in his hand and asked in a low voice, Ah Qing, what's going on? Why do I feel that this banquet has nothing to do with it? Is the main character of the banquet Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis? Sixth brother, I've told you before that although Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis was invited by you, his identity and ability are extraordinary. I don't know the details, but I can tell you that even the sect master of the Holy Feather sect in you seems to want to curry favor with Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis, Mu Qing said softly. Even sect Master Moon Reflection wants to curry favor with him. The sixth prince was stunned. He glanced at Evil Master and Mirage Water and nodded slightly. I can see that Evil Master and Mirage Water are genius disciples of the heaven-cleaving Three Palaces original palace. Their status is very high, but they are obviously full of respect for Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis and very respectful. This Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis background is really extraordinary. That's right, Mu Qing said. After knowing this, the sixth prince did not feel uncomfortable. He calmed down and completely gave the main character to Jian Wushuang. However, the banquet did not last long. Whoosh! A figure hurriedly walked in from outside the hall, walked to the sixth prince's side, and whispered something in his ear. The sixth prince stood up and his eyes sharpened. Everyone. The sixth prince looked around and said, I'm afraid this is the end of the banquet. I've received news that the third prince has gathered all his experts and is coming to kill us. He's coming? He's going to kill us so soon? Mu Qing was stunned. Jian Wushuang and the others in the hall also looked up at the sixth prince. He must have heard that the Holy Feather sect is on my side and sent two experts. He had no choice but to act immediately. I also heard that the third prince also asked for help, the sixth prince said. The third prince had many spies around him. Of course, he also sent some experts to infiltrate the third prince's subordinates. Therefore, when the powerhouses under the third prince's command came out in full force, he had also received the news immediately. Elder Zixing, Lord Exanzong, I'm afraid we will have to trouble the two of you with this big battle. The sixth prince said, The two of us have come under the order of the sect master to settle the dispute in the Zhanwu country. Naturally, we will take action. Elder Zixing said in a low voice, Then I will have to trouble the two of you. The sixth prince let out a light breath. In terms of strength, the power controlled by the third prince was indeed much stronger than his. If the third prince had gone all out to attack him previously, he would not have had much confidence. But now, with the existence of Elder Zixing and the Xan sect, the two experts of the Holy Feather sect, especially since Elder Zixing was a genuine rank 6 true saint, this made him very confident. Yuan Chong immediately sent the order to gather all the experts under my command. Also, inform Xingang to get the Purple Blood Camp ready, the sixth prince ordered. Yes. Yuan Chong nodded and immediately went to send the order. Following the sixth prince's order, the experts under his command, including those who had been loyal to him since a long time ago, as well as the many experts he had invited with great rewards, all began to gather quickly. In less than 2 hours, the many experts had already gathered. In this huge mansion, there were already over 200 people standing together, and almost all of them were at least a rank 2 true saint. There were not even many rank 2 true saints, and most of them were rank 3 true saints, and there were also some rank 4 true saints. There was also an army of more than 40 people in purple armor in the air. Chapter 31:18. Purple Sky Pavilion. The Purple Sky Pavilion was the most elite and strongest force of all the forces controlled by the sixth prince. Although the Purple Sky Pavilion only had about 40 people, the weakest among them was a rank 4 true saint, and there were quite a few peak rank 4 true saints. As for a rank 5 true saint, just in the Purple Sky Pavilion alone, there were 4 of them. In addition to the Purple Sky Pavilion, there were 3 other rank 5 true saints gathered here. In other words, there were 7 experts at the rank 5 true saint realm under the command of the sixth prince. Among them, Xingang, the commander of the Purple Sky Pavilion, had reached the peak of rank 5. No wonder the sixth prince was able to fight against the third prince for so long. It turns out that he has such a powerful force under his command. Jian Wushuang was secretly amazed. There were 7 rank 5 true saints, dozens of rank 4 true saints, and more than 200 rank 3 true saints. Such a powerful force was enough to conquer a small country in the first heaven. Not long after the sixth prince gathered his power, a large number of experts suddenly spread their auras in the void in front of the mansion. They're here. The experts in the mansion raised their heads in unison. A large number of black dots suddenly appeared in the void in the distance. Those black dots were densely packed, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of the mansion. Then, a large number of figures began to appear. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One after another, powerful auras spread out from these figures. At this moment, there were already more than 300 cultivators who had arrived, and all of them had extremely powerful auras. Even the weakest one was a rank 3 true saint, and there was not even a cultivator below the rank 3. There were also quite a few rank 4 true saints. As for the rank 5 true saints, there were actually a total of 9 rank 5 true saints spreading their auras from the crowd in front. 9 rank 5 true saints, along with a large number of 4th and rank 3 true saints. More than 300 experts appeared in the air in front of the residence, instantly causing the experts under the sixth prince's command to feel an enormous pressure. As expected, in terms of strength, The third prince's strength is even stronger. Many people sighed in their hearts. At the front of the crowd, the third prince, who was wearing a luxurious golden robe, had a cold expression on his face. He looked at the people in the residence through the layer of restrictions above the residence. Sixth prince, as your elder brother, I personally came to see you. It's fine if you didn't come to see me, but why did you activate the array to shut us out? The third prince's magnificent voice spread throughout the world. You came to see me? You came all the way here with all the experts under your command just to see me? Aren't you afraid that others will laugh at you if you tell others? The sixth prince snorted coldly. Haha, I do have a motive. However, if you think that the array around your mansion is enough to stop me, you are a little too naive. The third prince sneered. I don't want to hide in this mansion forever. Since you took the initiative to kill your way here today, then the two of us should really put an end to it. The sixth prince said in a deep voice, Put an end to it? You didn't have the guts to say this before. It seems that Ah Ching invited an expert from the Sacred Feather Sect to give you enough confidence. The third prince said in a cold voice, That's right. Today, with Elder Zixing from the Holy Feather Sect and Lord Xanzong here, you can forget about stirring up any more trouble. The sixth prince said in a low voice. Elder Zixing and Xanzong also took the initiative to release their own divine power auras. It had to be said that the divine power auras of a rank 6 true saint and a peak rank 5 true saint were very powerful. Sensing these two auras, a trace of panic flashed through the eyes of the experts under the third prince's command. But right at this moment, Holy Feather Sect, a mere unranked sect, yet it's so imposing. An indifferent laughter suddenly sounded out. The person who laughed was surprisingly Chu Yixiao, who was standing beside the third prince. At the same time that Chu Yixiao spoke, Deacon Long suddenly raised his head. Boom! Boom! A similarly tyrannical divine power aura erupted. This divine power aura was not weaker than Elder Zixing's, and it was even slightly stronger. A rank 6 true saint. Another rank 6 true saint. The experts under the sixth prince's command were all shocked. The experts from the third prince's camp all let out a sigh of relief when they sensed that there was another rank 6 true saint, and that his aura was even stronger. Since there was a rank 6 true saint in both camps, there was nothing to be afraid of. Who are you? Elder Zixing narrowed his eyes and stared at Deacon Long, who was emitting divine power. Deacon Long of the Purple Sky Pavilion. Deacon Long said coldly, Purple Sky Pavilion? Elder Zixing's expression changed. The experts of the sixth prince's camp were all shocked. Even Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. Purple Sky Pavilion was too famous in the first heaven. In the first heaven, the 3 pavilions, 9 courtyards, and the 12 divine sects stood at the top. The 12 divine sects alone were very powerful and had a deep foundation. It was not surprising that the 12 divine sects had given birth to principals' masters, even if the principals' masters had either died or lost their whereabouts. The 12 divine sects all had top-notch immortal saints guarding them. The 12 divine sects were like this, and the 3 pavilions and 9 courtyards, which were above the 12 divine sects, were naturally even more powerful, especially the 3 pavilions. They were the 3 overlords of the first heaven. Jian Wushuang had read the information of the 3 pavilions before. To be able to become one of the 3 pavilions, the purple pavilion must have a living principal's master guarding it. Just this alone was enough to scare people. The purple sky pavilion also had immortal saints who were invincible. There were many top-level and peak-level immortal saints, and their overall strength was extremely powerful. Compared to the purple sky pavilion, the Holy Feather Sect was nothing. After all, the Holy Feather Sect was far inferior to the 12 divine sections. The most powerful sect master of the Holy Feather Sect, Moon Reflection Sect, was only a rank 7 true saint. Moreover, in the entire Holy Feather Sect, there was only one rank 7 true saint. Someone from the Purple Sky Pavilion. Elder Zi Xing's expression was ugly. However, he immediately said in a low voice, "What does the fight within the Zhan Wu country have to do with your Purple Sky Pavilion? How is it not related?" Chu Yi laughed coldly. Listen carefully. "From now on, the Zhanwu country is already under the control of my Purple Sky Pavilion. Moreover, my Purple Cloud Pavilion has recognized Mu Feng as the new king of the Zhanwu country. Whoever dares to disobey will be going against my Purple Sky Pavilion." As soon as these words came out, the sixth prince's camp immediately had a commotion. If the Purple Sky Pavilion really had such an order, then not many people present would dare to disobey it. What a joke! Elder Zi Xing laughed coldly. Chapter 3119. The Great War had begun. It's true that the Purple Cloud Pavilion is tyrannical. However, the territory controlled by the Purple Cloud Pavilion is far away from the true martial kingdom. How could the Purple Cloud Pavilion be interested in such a distant place? Moreover, the territory near the true martial kingdom is the territory of the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion. Even if the Purple Cloud Pavilion really wants to extend their hand, they cannot treat the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion as a decoration. Elder Zixing looked at Chu Yi with a cold gaze. "Therefore, I am certain that the genuine force country that you said is dependent on the Purple Cloud Pavilion is just empty words. Or perhaps it is just the two of you making the decision on behalf of the Purple Cloud Pavilion." When they heard Elder Zixing's words, Chu Yi Xiao and Deacon Long frowned. "Humph, this old guy is quite smart. So what if these words are from the two of us? I am a core disciple of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Naturally, my words represent the Purple Cloud Pavilion." Chu Yi laughed. He, a mere core disciple, can't represent the entire Purple Cloud Pavilion. Even this rank 6 true saint beside, you can't represent the entire Purple Cloud Pavilion. Elder Zixing snickered. A rank 6 true saint is merely a deacon in the Purple Cloud Pavilion. He can't even be considered as one of the upper echelons of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. If he wants to represent the Purple Cloud Pavilion, he must at least have an elder who is at least a rank 7 true saint. The corner of Deacon Long's mouth twitched slightly. Elder Zixing was right. He was only a deacon, and his position in the Purple Cloud Pavilion was not high. Of course, he could not represent the Purple Cloud Pavilion. However, no matter what, he was still a genuine rank 6 true saint. He also cared about his face. Of course, he was a little angry that Elder Zixing had looked down on him in front of so many people. Cut the crap. The Purple Cloud Pavilion of the true martial kingdom is doomed. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Anyone who still stays in this mansion in 15 minutes will be killed without mercy." Deacon Long shouted. "Haha, what big words!" A burst of laughter suddenly sounded. The evil master who had been standing beside Jian Wushuang stepped forward. He sneered and said, "You are a deacon of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, right? How dare a mere deacon talk so brazenly and kill you without mercy? Humph! If the pavilion master of the Purple Cloud Pavilion said this, I'm afraid he would have some courage." "Boy, who are you?" Deacon Long looked at the evil master. Although the evil master was only a rank 1 true saint, he was too confident. Even a rank 6 true saint like him dared to talk so brazenly, which made Deacon Long not dare to underestimate him. "My name is the evil master, and this is Mirage Water. Both of us are from the primitive palace. Today, the two of us have decided to stay in this mansion and not leave. If you have the ability, you can directly kill the two of us later." The evil master sneered. "Primitive palace?" Deacon Long's expression immediately changed. Of course, he knew about the primitive palace of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. They were the genius disciples of the heaven-cleaving alliance and the primitive palace. Under normal circumstances, the geniuses of the primitive palace could become the disciples of some invincible saints. If they were lucky, they could even become the disciples of the principal's master. They would definitely have great achievements in the future. Such genius disciples, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance paid great attention to them. Now, the two genius disciples of the primitive palace were right in front of him. If he killed them, he could immediately imagine what would happen to him. Without a doubt, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance would definitely kill him, and they would even vent their anger on the Purple Cloud Pavilion. And when the time came, forget about protecting him. The Purple Cloud Pavilion would probably think of ways to capture him and personally send him to the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces to apologize. I absolutely can't kill these two people. Deacon Long had already made up his mind. He immediately said seriously, "So they are the genius disciples of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces. For the sake of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces, I won't make things difficult for you, but everyone else must die. Do it." Deacon Long glanced at the third prince beside him. The third prince did not want to talk nonsense with the sixth prince for a long time. After hearing Deacon Long's words, he waved his hand. "Except for the two geniuses of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces, kill everyone else without mercy." A cold voice reverberated in the sky. Instantly, the eyes of the 300-plus experts behind the third prince emitted a rainbow light. A shocking killing intent instantly swept out. "Kill! Kill them all! All of these people must die!" Numerous low cries reverberated in the sky. These over 300 experts all attacked at the same time. A terrifying aura that contained killing intent shot straight into the sky. A large number of experts attacked at the same time. The layers of arrays in the sky above this mansion could not withstand the attacks of so many experts and instantly collapsed. Once the array was broken, the experts from both camps faced each other. "Attack, kill!" Sixth Prince also let out a fierce shout. Instantly, many experts from Sixth Prince's camp also moved, including the Purple Blood camp. The Purple Blood camp was worthy of being Sixth Prince's most elite force. The experts of the Purple Blood camp were not only strong individually, but they were also well-trained and knew how to cooperate with each other. Although this small Purple Blood camp only had about 40 experts, the battle power that burst forth in an instant was extremely powerful. As soon as the two sides' experts came into contact, the Purple Blood camp charged at the front like a sharp knife. It directly charged into the third prince's camp and then began to slaughter wantonly. The third prince's camp was actually instantly shattered into pieces by the Purple Blood camp's charge. After that, a fierce, chaotic battle began. "Kill! Kill!" The shouts were deafening. Nearly 600 true saint experts from both camps were fighting each other. Jian Wushuang, the sixth prince, Mu Qing, the evil master, Mirage Water, Elder Zixing, and Xianzong had not made a move yet. They just stood in the air above the mansion and looked at the battlefield. Sixth Prince, the Purple Blood camp in your hands is quite powerful. There is a big gap between the two sides, but your Purple Blood camp has completely equalized the battlefield. The evil master looked at the battlefield in front of him. He laughed casually. The Purple Blood Battalion is the most elite force in the Zhanwu Kingdom. Father had given me this force in the beginning. However, after my father went missing, the Zhanwu Kingdom underwent a great change. Many soldiers in the Purple Blood Battalion defected. Some of them were pulled over by Third Brother. Moreover, during the battles between Third Brother and me, some of the soldiers also died. That is why there are only a few people left. However, even if there are only 40 or so soldiers left, the combat power of the Purple Blood Battalion is still very strong. All these years, the reason why I have been able to fight against the Third Elder has been because of the Purple Blood Battalion. The sixth prince said solemnly as he clenched his fists tightly together. The evil master raised his brows but did not say anything more. At that moment, on the other side of the battlefield, Deacon Long's figure moved and he charged straight toward the battlefield. Deacon Long moved and Elder Zixing immediately made his move as well. Chapter 31:20. The situation of the battle had changed Elder Zixing's aura surged, and his entire body was covered in a layer of faint purple flames. He was like a purple god of war. He held a long spear tightly in his hand, and with a swipe of his hand he instantly drew out a large sea of purple flames. In an instant he appeared in the center of the battlefield. As for Deacon Long, he held my pitch-black long staff in his hand. His body was also suffused with a large amount of black light. This black light seemed to devour the surrounding heaven and earth, wanting to sink the entire heaven and earth into darkness. The two rank 6 true saints instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Boom! Boom! A shocking explosion instantly reverberated throughout the entire battlefield. As soon as the two of them exchanged blows, the terrifying power formed a shockwave, scaring the surrounding rank 3 and rank 4 true saints into fleeing. Even rank 5 true saints did not have the courage to appear around them. In just an instant, the two of them had already exchanged blows more than 10 times. A mere rank 6 true saint of the Holy Feather sect dares to act so arrogantly in front of this deacon. This deacon will let you know today that the sky is very big. Deacon Long's voice was cold. The long staff in his hand suddenly expanded and endless darkness surged, instantly extinguishing a large amount of purple sea of fire in front of him. Humph! Elder Zixing's expression was rather gloomy. After exchanging blows, he realized that although Deacon Long was also a rank 6 true saint, his battle prowess was slightly stronger than his. Of course, Deacon Long was not much stronger than him. He was not afraid of a head-on battle. Kill! With a stern shout, Elder Zixing and Deacon Long once again engaged in a fierce battle. The two instantly engaged in a heated battle. The two rank 6 true saints had their own battlefields, and no one dared to interfere with them. Of course, because the two of them were restraining each other, the two of them could not affect the other battlefields. Because of the purple blood camp, the entire battle could be said to be evenly matched. No obvious advantage could be seen. But at this moment, on the other side of the void, the third prince, Mu Feng, coldly smiled. He glanced at the purple-robed, middle-aged man beside him. Let them do it. Yes. The purple-robed, middle-aged man nodded. In the next moment, he took out a token to send a message. In the middle of the battlefield, the battle between the two sides was originally raging. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Over 40 soldiers of the Purple Blood Camp had originally gathered together to form an army formation that swept in all directions. But at this moment, 3 soldiers of the Purple Blood Camp suddenly turned their spearheads and directly attacked their comrades beside them. Huh! 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 The timing of these 3 soldiers' attack was just right. Moreover, their weapons were obviously infused with that special poison. In this way, the 3 of them instantly killed 2 soldiers of the Purple Blood Camp and heavily injured one. Most importantly, the entire Purple Blood Battalion's army formation was completely thrown into chaos. Bastard! Damn it! Cries of shock and anger rang out one after another. It was not just the Purple Blood Battalion side, but also the camp of the 6th Prince, who had been fighting fiercely in the air, suddenly had some people attacking their own experts, and there were quite a number of them. At least 10 people had betrayed at the same time. This group of bastards! The 6th Prince's face turned purple with anger when he saw this scene outside the battlefield. He had long known that the 3rd Prince had planted spies under his command, and he had also been on guard. However, he had never expected that the number of spies arranged by the 3rd Prince would actually be so great. There were more than 10 experts. Most importantly, within the Purple Blood Camp, there were actually 3 people who had defected. One had to know that his side was at an absolute disadvantage in both camps. The reason why they were able to fight evenly with the 3rd Prince was because of the Purple Blood Camp. Now that the 3 people in the Purple Blood Camp had defected, this had dealt a huge blow to the Purple Blood Camp. The Purple Blood Camp's army formation instantly collapsed. It was the same as losing 6 soldiers in one breath, and their combat strength instantly decreased. Without the rampage of the purple blood camp, the disparity in strength between the two camps began to show. Kill! 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 Haha, kill them all! The experts of the third prince's camp became more aggressive and began to kill crazily. The sixth prince's side was obviously completely suppressed and was about to be defeated. It's over. The sixth prince's face was pale. How could this be? Mu Qing's body was trembling, but she could not help looking at Jian Wushuang. When the defeat was about to become permanent, Mu Qing could still hope for Jian Wushuang. Evil Master, Mirage Water, Jian Wushuang said. Mr. Heavenly Marquis. Evil Master and Mirage Water immediately looked over. Do me a favor and take care of them for me, Jian Wushuang said. No problem. Evil Master and Mirage Water readily agreed. They were geniuses from the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces, primitive palace. Neither the third prince nor the purple cloud pavilion dared to kill them. If they were not too weak and could not influence the situation, they would have already gone to kill them. Now that Jian Wushuang asked for their help, they naturally agreed without hesitation. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, and then the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, are you finally going to make a move? The evil master immediately looked forward to it. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, make a move. Mirage Water was also very excited. Jian Wushuang did not say anything, but he had already headed straight for the battlefield. He really made a move. The evil master and Mirage Water's eyes were shining brightly. This made the sixth prince and the green prince beside them extremely puzzled. The two of you, from the looks of it, you seem to be looking forward to Mr. Heavenly Marquis' strength. But no matter what, Mr. Heavenly Marquis is only a rank 3 true saint. He won't be able to change the outcome of the battle? The sixth prince said with a frown. What do you know? The evil master glanced at the sixth prince. He said with a sneer, I'm afraid you don't know. A long time ago, Mirage Water and I fought against Mr. Heavenly Marquis. At that time, Mirage Water and the Mountain King were all rank 1 true saints, but the 3 of us were all geniuses from the primitive palace, and our battle prowess was extremely strong. Any one of the 3 of us could suppress a rank 3 true saint head-on. If we were lucky, we could even kill a rank 3 true saint head-on. However, at that time, the 3 of us were completely crushed by Mr. Heavenly Marquis. We didn't even have a chance to struggle. At that time, Mr. Heavenly Marquis was only a rank 1 true saint. Think about it, a rank 1 true saint is already so powerful. Now that Mr. Heavenly Marquis has reached the rank 3 true saint, how powerful is he? Hearing this, the sixth prince and green prince were a little confused. A genius of the primitive palace could suppress or even kill a rank 3 true saint at the rank 1 true saint realm. But 3 geniuses of the primitive palace working together were easily defeated by Jian Wushuang, who was only at the rank 1 true saint realm. The sixth prince was shocked, but he also looked forward to it. Chapter 31:21. Attack on the battlefield. The 2 camps were still engaged in a fierce battle. However, it was clear that the situation was completely under the control of the third prince's camp. At this time, Jian Wushuang, who was standing outside the battlefield, appeared in the middle of the battlefield with a sword in one hand. Another one is courting death. Kill him. As soon as Jian Wushuang appeared, 2 people immediately attacked him. The 2 people who attacked him were very strong. One was a peak rank 3 true saint, and the other was a rank 4 true saint. The 2 people appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, one on his left and one on his right. Die! With a shout, the 2 people attacked him at the same time. But suddenly, Jian Wushuang, who was standing in the void, disappeared. Of course, he did not really disappear. It was just that he moved so fast that he seemed to have disappeared in the eyes of the 2 rank 3 and rank 4 true saints. Buzz! A hazy but beautiful sword shadow suddenly lit up. The sword shadow silently appeared beside the two people. Then, without any hindrance, it directly passed through their necks. The protective armor on the two of them was sliced apart like a piece of paper, and their two huge heads were sent flying. The peerless sword technique, Star Dream, Chi, Chi. The heads were sent flying, and the Blood Mountain sword's evil god poison instantly entered their bodies and killed them. Terrifying. Too powerful. A rank 3 peak true saint and a rank 4 true saint were instantly killed. The evil master and Mirage Water, who were standing outside the battlefield, could not help but exclaim when they saw this scene. The Sixth Prince and the Green Prince were also shocked. However, the scene in front of them was just the beginning. After killing a peak rank 3 and a rank 4 true saint, Jian Wushuang moved again. Swish, 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 swish. One after another, silver lights flashed in the battlefield like silver ghosts at an incredible speed. At the same time, blurry but beautiful sword shadows lit up one after another. Chi, 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 chi. Heads were mercilessly thrown away. In just a moment, 6 people from the third prince's camp were beheaded by Jian Wushuang's Star Dream. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang's figure flashed again. This time, he appeared behind a rank 4 peak true saint. This rank 4 peak true saint had extraordinary strength. Even if he encountered a rank 5 true saint, he could barely hold on. However, when Jian Wushuang suddenly appeared, he was shocked, especially when Jian Wushuang's sword shadow lit up. The rank 4 peak true saint widened his eyes. This is too fast. I can't block it. I can't block this sword. The rank 4 peak true saint tried his best to block this sword, but he still could not block it. Chi! The sword shadow still mercilessly brushed past the neck of the rank 4 peak true saint, and the rank 4 true saint's head flew out. But in the next moment, the divine body of the rank 4 peak true saint was reassembled again. After the divine body was reassembled, the rank 4 peak true saint looked at Jian Wushuang in horror. It's too terrifying. Not only did his sword destroy my divine body, but the venom contained in it also destroyed nearly 80% of my divine power in an instant. I only have 20% of my divine power left. I can't withstand his next attack. Run. Without hesitation, the peak rank 4 true saint turned and fled. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang frowned slightly and did not chase after him. Sure enough, 3 drops of the evil god poison can easily kill an ordinary rank 4 true saint, but it's still not enough to kill a peak rank 4 true saint. Jian Wushuang sighed. He could only merge 3 drops of the evil god poison into the Blood Mountain sword at one time, but the corrosive power of 3 drops of the evil god poison was not enough to completely kill a peak rank 4 true saint. This was something he had experienced outside the Jade Dragon Mystic Realm. He had already experienced it when he, Xiong Tao, and the others were assassinated. Jian Wushuang felt that it was a pity that he could not kill a peak rank 4 true saint with one strike. However, the evil master, Mirage Water, and the others outside the battlefield were extremely shocked. Even a peak rank 4 true saint could not block a strike from the Heaven Marquis. It's a pity that the level of the evil god poison used by the Heaven Marquis is still a little low. If he had used a higher level of venom, this peak rank 4 true saint would have definitely died with one strike. The evil master and Mirage Water were mumbling. A rank 3 true saint almost killed a peak stage rank 4 true saint. The Sixth Prince and the Green Prince looked at each other in dismay, as if they could not accept the result. On the battlefield, the slaughter continued. Jian Wushuang rushed into the battlefield and instantly killed nearly 10 rank 3 and rank 4 true saint experts from the third prince's camp. Of course, the experts of the third prince's camp had also caught this scene. The The people of the third prince's camp naturally would not allow him to continue his unbridled slaughter. "Junior, don't be so arrogant." A low shout suddenly exploded on the battlefield. A mountain-sized, black-haired, muscular man waved a huge axe and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. The aura emitted by the burly man was extremely powerful. He had reached the level of a rank 5 true saint, and the aura was extremely violent. A rank 5 true saint? Jian Wushuang smiled, and a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang dashed out abruptly. The moment he dashed out, the star power in his body had already been activated. When the star power was activated, his divine power aura suddenly soared. Boom! Jian Wushuang's eyes were like lightning, and his momentum was overwhelming. He had already appeared in front of the black-haired, muscular man. The black-haired, muscular man also burst out in an instant. "Junior, die." The black-haired, muscular man held the huge axe in both hands at the same time. The power of the huge axe was so strong that it seemed to be able to split heaven and earth. Whoosh! The axe shadow descended in a mighty and earth-shaking manner. Xixiang! Jian Wushuang's body was also filled with a violent aura. He pushed his divine power to the limit, and a blood-red sword light was instantly slashed out. Bang! A loud sound shook the heaven and earth. The black-haired man was indeed very strong. Not only was he a rank 5 true saint, but he had also created a rank 5 secret skill. Moreover, he was good at strength. The power of this axe was extremely powerful, let alone a rank 3 true saint. Even a rank 5 true saint of the same level could be crushed by his axe. Unfortunately, he met Jian Wushuang instead. It was true that Jian Wushuang was a rank 3 true saint, but his divine power had also reached the rank 5 true saint level. He had also used the Xixiang first move, which was also a move that was good at strength. Most importantly, Jian Wushuang had used the 7-star secret skill. The 7-star secret skill had raised Jian Wushuang's realm by half a level. He had instantly reached the limit of a rank 3 true saint, or even close to the level of a rank 4 true saint, and his strength had soared. Chapter 31:22 Earth-shattering. The secret skills of the same level were also met head-on. However, because of the 7-star secret skill, Jian Wushuang's burst of divine power had reached the peak of rank 5, completely surpassing the black-haired man. Therefore, in this collision, Jian Wushuang's Xixiang directly changed the direction of the giant axe in the black-haired man's hand, and a huge impact forced the black-haired man's divine body to retreat. At the moment when the black-haired man was pushed back, Jian Wushuang's speed had completely burst out. He directly chased after him and used the Star Dream move. The divine body of the black-haired man could not withstand Jian Wushuang's attack at all. Qi! The blood mountain soared directly past through the divine body of the black-haired man and cut him in half. His divine body immediately collapsed. Once his divine body collapsed, the blood mountain sword only eroded part of the black-haired man's divine body. He was still alive. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang pointed in the direction of the black-haired man. Space-time divine skill, void annihilation. Boom! A terrifying space-time storm suddenly swept out. This space-time storm was the result of magnifying the destruction of space-time by nearly 100 times. The massive space-time storm stunned many experts on the battlefield, scaring many people into retreating. As for the black-haired, muscular man in the space-time storm, his body could not be reassembled at all. His divine power had been completely destroyed by the power of destruction. A rank 5 true saint had died instantly. Monster! He could kill a rank 5 true saint easily. Even Evil Master and Mirage Water, who knew that Jian Wushuang's battle strength was incredible, were stunned at this moment. As for 6th Prince and Green Prince, they were completely dumbfounded, especially the Green Prince. He finally understood why these 2 genius disciples from the primitive palace were so respectful of Jian Wushuang. Why was sect master Inua of the Holy Feather sect so polite to Jian Wushuang and even tried to curry favor with him? In addition, there was the previous attack. He and Yuan Chong were originally unable to escape from that attack. However, Jian Wushuang had blocked more than 30 experts, such as 4 God, giving them a chance to escape. At that time, she and Yuan Chong had believed Jian Wushuang's words that he was able to block the experts because he had strong life-saving skills and a treasure that could seal time and space for a short time. But now it seemed that Jian Wushuang did not need any life-saving skills. With his strength, how could the experts be able to do anything to him? Moreover, she did not see For God at all when the third prince's army came. She did not even see any of the nearly 30 experts who came. This was obviously not logical. There was only one reason. That was that For God and the others had all been killed. Thinking of this, Green Prince was even more shocked. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang's slaughter shocked everyone. Many people were shocked. Who is that man? He is so powerful. A rank 3 true saint? How can there be such a terrifying rank 3 true saint in this world? He is too fast, and his killing methods are too terrifying. He can kill a rank 5 true saint in an instant. If we let him go and slaughter, all of us will die. Quick, find someone to stop him. A peak rank 5 true saint. If we want to stop him, at least an expert at the peak of rank 5 will have to do it himself. Many shocked and angry voices echoed throughout the battlefield. Jian Wushuang's killing was too terrifying, especially when he killed a rank 5 true saint in an instant. The other rank 5 true saints in the third prince's camp were terrified and did not dare to fight with Jian Wushuang. On the battlefield, only a rank 5 peak true saint was qualified to stop Jian Wushuang. However, there were only 2 rank 5 peak true saints in the third prince's camp. One of them was fighting with Xingang, the commander of the Purple Blood camp. The other one was also entangled by X and Zong of the Holy Feather sect, so there was no extra rank 5 peak true saint to spare. Without a rank 5 peak true saint to fight personally, ordinary rank 5 true saints would not dare to fight with Jian Wushuang, even if there were 2 or 3 of them. Damn it! How could Sixth Brother have such a terrifying genius? The third prince stood in the void with a cold expression and a gloomy aura. The situation on the battlefield had been completely under his control because of the spies he had planted. However, because of Jian Wushuang's appearance, the situation on the battlefield had been reversed again. The problem now was if no one could stop Jian Wushuang. With his terrifying killing speed, it would not take long for him to kill all the experts under him. This person is indeed very powerful. An indifferent voice sounded. The person who spoke was naturally Chu Yixiao. Chu Yixiao was a disciple of the Purple Cloud Pavilion and was a genius himself. He had a certain level of confidence in his talent. However, when he saw Jian Wushuang, he was not happy. They were both geniuses, but the gap between their talents was too great. Jian Wushuang was a rank 3 true saint, but he could easily kill a rank 5 true saint. His talent was incredible. In terms of talent and ability, no one I've met can match him. However, his talent doesn't mean that he will reach the peak in the future. After all, the divine beginning world is very dangerous. No matter how brilliant a genius is, he will die if he is not careful. Once he dies, there will be no difference between a genius and a loser. Chu Yixiao sneered. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Brother Yixiao, let's not talk about this now. We have to think of a way to stop him. Otherwise, we'll lose this battle, the third prince said anxiously. Don't worry. Since I've agreed to help you, I won't let anyone get in the way. At the very least, this rank 3 true saint won't cause any trouble, Chu Yixiao said with a smile. Brother Yixiao, what do you mean? The third prince immediately looked at Chu Yixiao. He, such a dazzling genius. Even I can't help but want to fight him head on. Chu Yixiao laughed heartily. At the same time that he laughed, a majestic divine power, aura, suddenly rose from his body. This Chu Yixiao had once cultivated a technique to conceal his aura, so until now, no one had been able to see his specific level, and no one had paid attention to him. But now that he had taken the initiative to release his divine power aura, the people on the battlefield could see that Chu Yixiao was also a genuine rank 5 true saint. Even though his aura indicated that he had just become a rank 5 true saint, don't forget that he was a genius disciple of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Chapter 31:23. Chu Yixiao Mufeng, you just wait and see. Chu Yixiao smiled coldly, but a large amount of green divine lightning suddenly burst out from his body. These green divine lightning were incomparably violent, crackling and crackling as they covered Chu Yixiao's entire body. In the blink of an eye, they actually formed a huge green lightning beast on Chu Yixiao's body. This green lightning beast was somewhat like a qilin. As Chu Yixiao moved, the cyan thunder beast roared and rushed out. In the center of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang was still wantonly killing. No one could stop him. His killing methods were so terrifying that no one in the third prince's camp could withstand his sword. In just a short while, more than a dozen experts had died at his hands. But at this moment, boom, a low roar sounded. Jian Wushuang instantly felt an extremely violent power pressing toward him. He turned his head and saw a huge cyan-colored thunder beast suddenly descending from the void, as if a thunder god had descended from the sky. The terrifying, oppressive power was so strong that it made people click their tongues. At the same time, swish, swish, 2 cyan streamers also smashed out rapidly. These 2 cyan streamers were the 2 giant cyan hammers wielded by Chu Yixiao. These 2 cyan giant hammers were not circular hammers, but similar to hammers, but their power was still extremely terrifying. Seeing these 2 cyan streamers smashing towards him, Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted, but he threw out the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. It was the peerless sword technique Shixiang. Clang, clang. 2 consecutive sounds of collision rang out. The first was the sound of one of the giant cyan hammers smashing into Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword, causing the sword to tremble violently and retreat. The second sound was the sound of another giant cyan hammer smashing towards Jian Wushuang again, which sent him flying. Jian Wushuang retreated like a cannonball. He was forced to the edge of the battlefield before he stopped. After he stopped, he looked at his numb palm and his eyes became sharp. Finally, a decent opponent. Jian Wushuang looked at Chu Yixiao, who was covered by the cyan thunder beast, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Although he had killed more than 10 experts, he had never met a real opponent. Even the rank 5 true saint was easily killed by him. It did not bring him any pressure at all. One had to know that the reason why Jian Wushuang accepted this heaven-level mission was not only to allow him to cultivate freely, but also to have proper training. But he had never had such training before. But now, the appearance of Chu Yixiao made him feel a hint of fighting spirit. Boy, you must have enjoyed the killing just now, right? Chu Yixiao's eyes shot out as he stared at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not say anything, but his body had already rushed out in an instant. Swish, 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 swish. Streaks of silver light burst out, and Jian Wushuang's speed was pushed to the limit. The speed was so fast that ordinary rank 5 true saints could not catch his tracks at all. However, Chu Yixiao snorted. Soon after, streaks of green lightning could be seen flashing in the void, and their speed was also extremely fast. Clang! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang and Chu Yixiao fought again. It was also a collision of power, but Jian Wushuang was sent flying again. He is as fast as me, and his instantaneous power is even stronger than mine. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. His divine power is only at the level of an ordinary rank 5 true saint, and it seems that he has just reached the level of a rank 5 true saint. but his battle strength is even stronger than that of an ordinary peak rank 5 true saint. Is he from the Purple Cloud Pavilion? Jian Wushuang knew very well that some genius experts could not be measured purely by their realms. For example, Evil Master, Mirage Water, and the others were only at the level of a rank 1 true saint, but their real battle strength surpassed that of most rank 3 true saints. For example, he was only a rank 3 true saint, but he could easily kill a rank 5 true saint. Chu Yixiao was one of the genius disciples of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Although his ability to jump realms was not too outrageous, with his cultivation of a rank 5 true saint realm and some secret skills, he could easily kill a rank 5 true saint. He was able to increase the power of his divine power to the level of a rank 5 peak true saint. In addition, he had a high comprehension of laws and created a peak rank 5 absolute art. The collision of pure strength and power is indeed stronger than Jian Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang's divine power was at the peak of rank 5, but his ultimate skill, Shixiang, had just reached rank 5, which was still far from the peak of rank 5. Boy, I don't know your name, but I could tell when you attacked. You are strong and can kill a rank 5 true saint. But the reason why you can kill so many experts so easily is because of your speed and unique swordsmanship. Your swordsmanship is very good at killing. You can easily tear apart ordinary protective armor. In addition, you can infuse special venom into your swordsmanship to kill a rank 3, rank 4, or even rank 5 true saint. But as long as someone can keep up with your speed, your ability to kill will be greatly reduced. As for the competition of strength, you are still far from being comparable to an ordinary peak true saint. Chu Yixiao's cold laughter echoed between heaven and earth. During the slaughter that Jian Wushuang had just launched, he had already roughly grasped Jian Wushuang's strength. That was why he was so confident in front of Mufeng, because he was sure that he could easily crush Jian Wushuang. His speed was no slower than Jian Wushuang's. In terms of divine power and power, he was obviously stronger than Jian Wushuang. Hearing Chu Yixiao's words, Jian Wushuang smiled coldly and said, "Are you sure you are stronger than me in terms of strength?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Wushuang suddenly raised his hand. Buzz, 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 buzz. Streams of purple light suddenly rushed out. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be sharp purple soft swords. These purple soft swords were called purple demon swords, which Jian Wushuang had exchanged for at a great price in the treasure pavilion of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Each purple demon sword had reached the level of a first-grade holy treasure, and it was an advanced first-grade holy treasure. Moreover, the purple demon swords complemented the reincarnation principles, so they were most suitable for the use of the reincarnation principles. Now, Jian Wushuang took out 18 purple demon swords in one breath. With a thought from Jian Wushuang, the 18 purple demon swords quickly combined and formed a cross-shaped purple sword in the blink of an eye. The purple sword was like a purple demonic charm. Chapter 31:24. Fury, go! Jian Wushuang pointed with one hand, and the purple sword instantly shot out. The surrounding people only saw a flash of purple light. The purple light was very weak and small, like a needle or, to be exact, a hair. However, the speed and power of the purple light, which was as small as a hair, was extremely powerful. It was the 7th layer of the Samsara sword formation, a strand of emotion. Chu Yixiao stared at the purple light that was shooting towards him. His eyes darkened, and in the next moment, the giant hammer in his hand fiercely smashed out. Like a green thunderbolt, the giant hammer directly smashed onto the demonic purple light. Bang! With a loud sound, the expression on Chu Yixiao's face froze. He had already sensed the terrifying power contained within that seemingly weak purple light. When the power collided with the giant hammer, a strong impact immediately spread out, causing Chu Yixiao to retreat 3 steps on the spot. However, The purple light only trembled slightly and then continued to attack him. "What is it?" Chu Yixio's expression changed, and he had to swing the giant hammer in his hand again in an attempt to smash the purple light away. However, the purple light was the 7th reincarnation sword formation that Jian Wushuang was fully controlling. It should be known that Jian Wushuang had already reached the 3rd stage of comprehending the reincarnation principles before entering the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. He could already use the 7th sword formation. Later, he stayed in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm for a full 60 years. During these 60 years, he was completely immersed in the secret skill, 6 Paths of Reincarnation, which was a secret skill that used reincarnation principles. During those 60 years, Jian Wushuang had made great progress in reincarnation principles, which was amazing. Now, his comprehension of reincarnation principles was far above the comprehension of space-time principles. His comprehension of the space-time principles was only at the level of an ordinary rank 5 true saint, but his comprehension of the reincarnation principles was stronger than that of an ordinary rank 5 peak true saint. With such a high comprehension of the samsara principles, Jian Wushuang could already use the ultimate power of the heavy sword formation with the 7th reincarnation sword formation. Therefore, what Chu Yixiao was seeing now was the ultimate power and the most complete love thread. With the same divine power, Chu Yixiao could barely compete with the purple light even if he used all his strength to use his peak rank 5 secret skill. However, Jian Wushuang could control the reincarnation sword formation with his mind. It was much easier than Chu Yixiao swinging his giant hammer. Bang! 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 In the center of the battlefield, Chu Yixiao swung his giant hammer and collided with the purple light again and again. However, he did not have any advantage in each collision. The purple light kept charging at him crazily. Chu Yixiao was forced to wave his hands again and again. Not only did he consume a lot of divine power, but his divine body was also impacted by each collision. He looked a little embarrassed. Damn it, what kind of sword formation is this? How can it be so powerful? Chu Yixio's face was unsightly. At this moment, Jian Wushuang, who had been controlling the sword formation with his mind, suddenly moved. Buzz! Buzz! One after another, strange figures suddenly burst out. At this moment, hundreds and thousands of Jian Wushuang appeared in the world, making it impossible to tell whether they were real or fake. Then he took a step forward, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand fell straight down. A sword shadow flashed and then disappeared. The Peerless Sword Manual, the instant of life and death. Fast, too fast. Among the 7 sword moves of the Peerless Sword Manual, the instant of life and death was the fastest sword move, and it was also a sure-kill sword move. In a head-on confrontation, this sword move could completely kill the opponent without the opponent having time to react. Back in the Young Divine sect, he had used this sword to kill Bai Shao, a genius of the Dao Palace, with the same divine power. But now Jian Wushuang's sword was even faster in a real battle, making it even more difficult for people to react. At least Chu Yixiao, who was constantly clashing with the reincarnation sword formation, did not have time to react. Whoosh! The sword light directly brushed past Chu Yixio's body. The armor on Chu Yixio's body was obviously much more advanced than that of an ordinary expert. Although Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword was extremely sharp, it only barely tore a crack on the armor. It only barely tore Chu Yixio's skin, but it could not go deeper. Chu Yixio's divine body did not directly collapse, but because of the tearing of his skin, the 3 drops of evil god poison that had merged with the Blood Mountain sword instantly entered his divine body and began to madly erode his divine power. After all, Chu Yixiao was a rank 5 true saint and a genius. His divine power was much stronger than that of an ordinary rank 5 true saint. The 3 drops of evil god poison had only eroded 10% of Chu Yixio's divine power. Even so, it still made Chu Yixiao furious. Bastard! Chu Yixiao was really furious. He was a rank 5 true saint and a genius disciple of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. However, when he fought with a rank 3 true saint, his armor was torn by his opponent and his skin was torn by the sword light. Fortunately, the evil god poison that Jian Wushuang had fused with the sword seed was not high level, so it could only erode 10% of his divine power. If it was a higher level venom, then this sword could kill him directly? When he thought about how he almost died at Jian Wushuang's hands, he flew into a rage. Boy, you have succeeded in provoking me. Chu Yixiao's voice was cold, and his eyes were shining with endless cold light. His aura had also become completely cold. Endless cyan divine thunder burst out from his body. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a real thunder god. Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted, and the cross-shaped reincarnation sword formation floated in front of him. He could sense Chu Yixiao's rage, and he could also see that Chu Yixiao was preparing a very powerful attack. Die! Chu Yixiao roared and attacked. His body suddenly shook, and endless green lightning burst out from his body, instantly forming a cyan giant that was 1,000 feet tall. The cyan giant was completely formed by violent green divine thunder. After it took shape, it let out a roar and immediately swooped down. The cyan giant also had a giant cyan hammer in its hand. Crackling, crackling, the divine thunder gathered and endless power was condensed in this hammer. The power of this hammer alone made Jian Wushuang's face change. However, in the next moment, Jian Wushuang raised his hand, and the space-time power suddenly burst out with endless divine power. Space-time divine skill, one-finger void suppression skill. Boom! A huge space-time storm formed in the void in front of the cyan giant. The cyan giant had just swooped down when it was completely engulfed by the space-time storm, and then the terrifying destructive power burst out. Chapter 31:25 God-slaying nail _ boom. The space-annihilating finger skill could destroy everything. This move was created by the space-time temple master. It was extremely powerful. Previously, Jian Wushuang had defeated his opponent's divine body. When his opponent had sufficient divine body, he would use this move to completely kill his opponent. But in fact, the real use of this move was much more than that. Now, when the finger void annihilation skill was used, the cyan giant fell into the temporal storm, and the endless cyan divine thunder was destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Buzz! The world calmed down again. The temporal storm had disappeared, but the cyan giant was also completely destroyed. Just when everyone thought that Chu Yixiao's most powerful attack, which he had spent a long time to accumulate, had been neutralized by Jian Wushuang, a dark light suddenly shot out from the void in front of him. This dark light was too fast. It was almost as fast as Jian Wushuang's most powerful sword attack, life and death. Moreover, this dark light was too sudden. The appearance of the light was beyond everyone's expectations, including Jian Wushuang. He had just used the void annihilation technique to annihilate the cyan giant when the light came straight at him. It was so fast that he did not have time to block it. Bang! The light directly hit Jian Wushuang's divine body. When it came into contact with the divine body, Jian Wushuang could see the original appearance of the light. It turned out to be a pitch-black nail, emitting an extremely evil and cold aura. When the pitch-black nail hit Jian Wushuang's divine body, Jian Wushuang immediately felt a terrible impact, causing him to retreat subconsciously. While he was retreating, the pitch-black nail was still crazily attacking his body. Jian Wushuang was also wearing protective armor, which was his natal armor, the golden armor. As his strength increased, the golden armor became more and more advanced. It was now a first-grade holy treasure, and because it had fused with his blood essence, it was very strong and sturdy. However, as the pitch-black nail continued to attack, the sharp part of the nail pierced a small hole in the golden armor and then Jian Wushuang's skin. In the next moment, The pitch-black nail turned into a pitch-black light beam and entered Jian Wushuang's divine body. Jian Wushuang suddenly stopped in the void and then closed his eyes as if he was enduring a terrible attack. In the void in front of him, Chu Yixiao looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled coldly. This kid is indeed powerful. He easily neutralized my strongest attack, but he couldn't block my god-killing nail. The god-killing nail was made by my master. Even with my master skills, it was not easy to make it. Therefore, each nail is very rare. It was not easy for me to ask my master to make one for me. This God Punisher nail contains a terrifying hex poison that can easily destroy divine power, let alone a rank 3 true saint. Even a peak rank 5 true saint or a rank 6 true saint would die if their skin was pierced by the God Punisher nail. Therefore, this kid is dead for sure. Chu Yixiao's brows were filled with absolute confidence. This confidence came from the God-slaying nail and his master. His master had said that even a rank 6 true saint would die if his skin was pierced by the God-slaying nail, not to mention Jian Wushuang, a rank 3 true saint. In fact, it was only the reward given by third prince Mu Feng, so he was not qualified to use the God-slaying nail. Because it was very difficult to refine the God-slaying nail, he only had one. Once he used it, there would be no more. In the future, it would be very difficult for him to find his master to refine a second one for him. So, he had been trying to use the God-killing nail as his last trump card. The reason why he used the God-killing nail now was not only because Jian Wushuang had just injured him and made him furious, but also because he wanted the treasure on Jian Wushuang. This kid is only a rank 3 true saint, but his battle strength is stronger than an ordinary peak rank 5 true saint. I've never heard of such a heaven-defying genius before. Under normal circumstances, such a heaven-defying genius must have gotten a lot of opportunities. He must have a big secret. As long as I kill him and take his interspatial ring, I might be able to find the reason why he is so dazzling and heaven-defying in his interspatial ring. Chu Yixiao's eyes sparkled with excitement and excitement. If he were an ordinary genius, he would not have used the god-killing nail. But Jian Wushuang was definitely worth killing with it. I wonder what secret this kid is hiding. Chu Yixiao began to guess Jian Wushuang's secret. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang, who had been standing in front of him with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, 2 faint electric lights shot out. What? Chu Yixiao's face suddenly changed. Not dead? How is that possible? Master said clearly that even a rank 6 true saint would die if he encountered the god-killing nail. How could a rank 3 true saint like him survive? Chu Yixiao could not understand it at all. What he did not know was that not only did Jian Wushuang not die, but he was also completely fine. Although the god-killing nail had entered his body, it did not cause him any harm at all. After all, the god-killing nail was terrifying because it contained a terrifying voodoo poison. The voodoo poison was enough to vaporize the divine power of a rank 6 true saint. An ordinary rank 6 true saint would have a hard time surviving the god-killing nail. Even a peak rank 6 true saint would be half dead under the god-killing nail. However, Jian Wushuang was different. Jian Wushuang was a perfect chaotic creature. His physique was invulnerable to fire and water, and he was immune to all poisons. He had a natural resistance to all kinds of poisons and voodoo poisons. Even the most powerful poisons in the divine beginning world could not hurt him at all. The voodoo poison in the god-slaying nail was nothing. Therefore, when the god-slaying nail entered Jian Wushuang's body, the poison was quickly assimilated by the divine power in his body. He was not affected at all. As for closing his eyes, it was just a show for Chu Yixiao to see. After all, he was a rank 3 true saint. It would be strange if he did not have any reaction after being poisoned by the god-killing nail. Although Chu Yixiao's god-killing nail did not affect him, the impact of the god-killing nail still aroused Jian Wushuang's anger. Chapter 3126. Killing Intent. The black nail just now was very strange and terrifying. If I didn't have a special constitution and ignored all kinds of poisons, I might have died at the hands of this person. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. He stared at Chu Yixiao in front of him, but there was a faint layer of killing intent condensed on his body. He had always been a person who would not offend others if they did not offend him. Chu Yixiao clearly wanted to kill him just now, so of course he would not be merciful now. Buzz! The world shook. The raging flame, mixed with endless white ice fog, produced endless power of ice and fire, rising from Jian Wushuang's body. The two natural powers of ice and fire perfectly fused together. The power of ice and fire swept wildly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire world, forming a huge world of ice and fire. The world of ice and fire, with Jian Wushuang as its core, was astonishingly vast. The power of the ice and fire swimming dragon ruler, a domain-type supreme treasure, began to show in Jian Wushuang's hands. This was a true treasure. Under normal circumstances, only principal's masters were qualified to have a true treasure, and it was an extremely precious domain-type true treasure. Although Jian Wushuang was too weak to fully display the power of this true treasure, it was still terrifying to only show a part of it. With a thought from Jian Wushuang, the endless power of ice and fire rose and pressed toward Chu Yixiao crazily. Chu Yixiao's body shook immediately. He felt as if he was about to be burned into ashes or frozen into an ice sculpture. A huge pressure was exerted on his body. What is this? A domain? But how can this domain be so powerful? Chu Yixiao was shocked. This domain was indeed too powerful. Jian Wushuang was using the full strength of the ice and fire domain with the divine power of a true saint at the peak of the 5th rank, while Chu Yixiao was only at the peak of the 5th rank. With the same divine power, the power of the ice and fire realm was shocking. 40%. My strength has been suppressed by 40%. How is this possible? Did he use a superior grade domain type holy treasure? Chu Yixiao was shocked. Jian Wushuang did not waste any more words with him. The power of ice and fire suppressed Chu Yixiao crazily. The cross-shaped purple light in front of him flickered, and then whoosh. The purple light instantly shot out. It was the 7th level of the Samsara sword formation, a thread of love. Get lost. Chu Yixiao waved the cyan giant hammer in his hand, trying to push back the purple light. However, under the pressure of the ice and fire domain, he could only use 60% of his strength and 60% of the power of the hammer to collide with the purple light. As a result, the impact force contained in the purple light changed the direction of the giant hammer at the first moment. Jian Wushuang, who was at the back, flashed and unleashed his silver light movement technique. Whoosh! A hazy but beautiful sword light lit up. It was the Peerless Sword Manual, Star Dream. Under the pressure of the domain, Chu Yixiao's speed was greatly reduced. He could not keep up with Jian Wushuang's speed at all, so naturally he could not block Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship. Qi. The sword light passed through Chu Yixiao's divine body. Although it did not directly cut Chu Yixiao's divine body into two, the ice-cold sword edge had already torn open the armor on Chu Yixiao's body and even cut open his skin. 3 drops of the evil god poison surged into Chu Yixiao's body. Chu Yixiao's body trembled, and another 10% of his divine power was eroded. Previously, Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship had torn open the armor on his body once and eroded 10% of his divine power. Adding this 10%, it was 20% of his divine power. In addition, he had used his most powerful move while riding on the sword. He had used up 20% of his divine power to control the god-slaying nail. In other words, Chu Yixiao had used up 40% of his divine power. No, I can't keep up with his speed under the pressure of this realm. It'll be his target if I fight with him. One sword strike from him is enough to make me lose 10% of my divine power. I only have 60% of my divine power left. In other words, he only needs to use 6 more sword strikes to kill me. No. Chu Yixio's expression changed drastically. As a genius disciple of Purple Cloud Pavilion, he did not take Jian Wushuang seriously at first, but now he was completely flustered. Stop, stop! I'm not going to interfere in this matter. Stop right now! Chu Yixiao shouted. However, Jian Wushuang did not pay any attention to him and did not stop at all. On the surface, he suppressed Chu Yixiao with the 7th reincarnation, sword formation. Then he took the opportunity to display his swordsmanship, which made Chu Yixiao unable to resist him. Chi! Another sword attack was launched, and Chu Yixiao only had 50% of his divine power left. Boy! I am one of the outstanding genius disciples of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. My master is the Purple Cloud Pavilion's heart, witch elder, a super expert close to the peak of rank 7. If you dare to kill me, the Purple Cloud Pavilion and my master will never let you go. Stop! Let's stop now. You and I will have a better life. Otherwise, if I die, you will die too. Chu Yixiao shouted again. You are about to die and you still threaten me? Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, but the killing intent in his body had reached its peak. He still did not stop. Around the battlefield, the evil master and Mirage Water had been staring at Jian Wushuang. While they were in awe and admiration, they also heard Chu Yixio's words. They immediately sneered. This idiot, he's already come this far. Yet he still wants to use the Purple Heaven Pavilion to suppress the Heaven Marquis. What a joke! Purple Heaven Pavilion? It's only dominating in the first heaven, but it's nothing in the second heaven or third heaven. In front of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, it's as weak as an ant. What kind of status does the Heaven Marquis have to care about the Purple Heaven Pavilion? Both Evil Master and Mirage Water were disdainful. Although Jian Wushuang was not a genius disciple of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces, the fact that the 3 palace masters could make an exception for him to enter the Heaven-Cleaving mystic realm was enough to make him a powerful figure in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Many high-level experts of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance were paying attention to him. Compared to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the Purple Cloud Pavilion was nothing. Even Evil Master and Mirage Water, 2 disciples of the Primitive Palace, did not care about the Purple Cloud Pavilion, so why should Jian Wushuang care? Die! Jian Wushuang's figure was cold, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand struck out again and again. Chu Yixiao, who was suppressed by the domain, could not resist at all. Chi! Chi! In the blink of an eye, Chu Yixiao had less than 20% of his divine power left. With less than 20% of his divine power, Jian Wushuang only needed 2 strikes to kill him. Stop, stop! Spare me, spare my life. Deacon Long, save me, quickly save me. Chu Yixio's laughter was extremely shrill. He screamed crazily and also called Deacon Long to help him. Chapter 31:27, Rank 6. Deacon Long, save me quickly. Chu Yixio's shrill cry reverberated throughout the entire battlefield, and Deacon Long naturally heard it. When he saw that Chu Yixiao was already in a life and death situation, his expression immediately changed drastically. Damn it! The dark aura on Deacon Long's body suddenly surged up. Get lost! With an explosive shout, the pitch-black long staff in Deacon Long's hand suddenly turned into a huge black snake. He swung it out angrily, and its power suddenly soared. Elder Zixing, who was fighting Deacon Long, was 1 level weaker than Deacon Long previously. He had barely managed to hold off Deacon Long. Now that Deacon Long had suddenly erupted, Elder Zixing was shocked and quickly waved his spear to block. However, the power contained in the pitch-black spear was beyond Elder Zixing's expectation. Elder Zixing was sent flying by the strike. Seeing Elder Zixing being sent flying, Deacon Long did not chase after him. Instead, he immediately turned around and rushed toward Chu Yixiao. However, when he turned around, Jian Wushuang had already struck again, and the sword light passed through Chu Yixiao's divine body again. Chu Yixiao only had less than 10% of his divine power left. One more strike and he would die completely. No. Chu Yixiao had gone completely mad, and his voice was hysterical. He stared at Deacon Long, who was his last hope. In front of him, Jian Wushuang had attacked again. "Young man, how dare you!" Deacon Long shouted, and the mighty divine power of a rank 6 true saint pressed toward Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang was calm under the divine power, as if he was not affected at all. He snorted and moved again. Whoosh! The last sword attack was launched. Chu Yixiao could not block this sword attack, and Deacon Long was still a distance away, so he could not catch up. No. Chu Yixiao's eyes were wide open as he watched the sword light pass by him. Then, the 3 drops of the evil god poison in the sword instantly eroded less than 10% of his divine power. There was not even a trace left. All the divine power was completely eroded away. Chu Yixiao's divine body immediately collapsed. His life force was also instantly cut off. He could not be any more dead. "Junior, you're courting death." Deacon Long was completely enraged when he saw that Chu Yixiao was killed. Although he did not have any friendship with Chu Yixiao, he would not feel sorry for Chu Yixiao's death. But no matter what, Chu Yixiao was still one of the genius disciples of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. This time he came out with Chu Yixiao, but Chu Yixiao died. As a deacon, it was naturally difficult for him to escape responsibility. When he returned to the Purple Cloud Pavilion, he would definitely be severely punished, especially since Chu Yixiao had an extremely protective master behind him. That master was famous for his ruthlessness and evilness. If that master knew that Chu Yixiao died right under his nose, it was very likely that he would tear him apart alive. There was only one possibility for him to survive. Kill him. Kill this junior and avenge Chu Yixiao so that he won't die with me. Thinking of this, Deacon Long's eyes immediately turned scarlet. Boom! A rank 6 true saint appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Before he could attack, his earth-shaking power had already completely covered Jian Wushuang. Oh no! Mr. Heavenly Marquis! Retreat! Evil Master, Mirage Water, and Green Prince, who were outside the battlefield, saw this scene and turned pale with fright. They repeatedly cried out for Jian Wushuang to retreat. Evil Master even asked Elder Zixing to rush over to help Jian Wushuang. Elder Zixing had rushed over as fast as he could. However, he had been sent flying by Deacon Long. When he stood firm and rushed over, he was naturally slower. At this time, Deacon Long had already made his move. Die. Deacon Long's entire body turned into the boundless darkness. The surrounding world had also turned completely dark, as if it had completely sunk into darkness. And in this boundless darkness, the black long staff in Deacon Long's hand was like a huge black thunderbolt as it swung down fiercely. Bang! The long staff smashed down fiercely, and in an instant, it seemed to have brought along the power of the entire surrounding world of darkness. The world was attracted by the staff. The power of the roll was shocking. Rank 6 true saint. Jian Wushuang raised his head and stared at the fierce long staff in front of him, but his eyes flashed with a glimmer that had never been seen before. Rank 6 true saint, he had been longing for it for a long time. Come on. Jian Wushuang was not afraid at all. His divine power surged, and he exerted his strength to the maximum. In front of him, the reincarnation sword formation formed by 18 purple demon swords instantly turned into a purple light and shot out first. The purple light was equally powerful. It first collided with the black long staff. This collision, bang! With a loud sound, the purple light directly collapsed and turned into purple demon swords again. The 7th reincarnation sword formation that Jian Wushuang controlled at this stage was instantly destroyed by the black long staff. After the reincarnation's sword formation was destroyed, the black staff continued to attack Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang held the Blood Mountain sword with both hands at the same time. Whoosh! A blood-red sword light instantly slashed out. Wushuang's sword manual, Shi Xiang. Clang! The black staff and the Blood Mountain sword collided. At the moment of collision, Jian Wushuang felt an amazing power from the black staff. This power completely crushed him. In an instant, boom! Jian Wushuang fell from the sky like a meteorite and then directly smashed into the ground, creating a huge hole on the ground. This scene caused the entire battlefield to fall into a short period of silence. Almost everyone on the battlefield had their eyes focused on him. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, Evil Master, and Mirage Water were both shocked. Long Lu, you are a rank 6 true saint and one of the top among the immortal saints. How could you attack a rank 3 true saint yourself? You must be ashamed of yourself. Elder Zixing finally rushed over. His face was full of anger. He dared to kill a genius disciple of our Purple Cloud Pavilion. He must die. Deacon Long shouted in a low voice, his face extremely cold. But at this moment, boom! The ground was suddenly lifted up, and then a figure rushed out again. It was Jian Wushuang, who had just been smashed down. He returned to the void and stood in front of Deacon Long. His aura was still very strong. At this moment, his eyes were shining with an unprecedented light as he stared at Deacon Long with bright eyes. A rank 6 true saint is indeed powerful. I've already received your strike. In response, you should receive my strike as well. Chapter 31:28. The outcome was set. I've just received your strike. In response, you should receive my strike as well. Jian Wushuang's voice echoed in the world. Behind him, a large amount of golden divine power began to gather crazily. In the blink of an eye, it formed a 30,000-meter tall golden emperor phantom. At the same time, a layer of dark gold armor appeared on his body. The divine punishment god and the 9 luminary star armor were used at the same time. These 2 secret skills had a great effect on Jian Wushuang's strength, especially the 9 luminary star armor, which was in the heavenly armor chapter. It had increased Jian Wushuang's attack power by 12 times. 12 times? What kind of concept was that? Because he had used the 7-star secret skill, his divine power had reached the level of a peak rank 5 true saint. Now he had used the divine punishment god and 9 luminary star armor, as well as the supreme sword essence guided by the Blood Mountain sword. At this moment, his divine power was comparable to that of an ordinary rank 6 true saint. Rumble! The terrifying divine power crazily rushed in all directions. The surrounding void suddenly became cold. It was cold to the bottom of the valley, extremely cold. The entire vast world seemed to have been completely silent in an ice cave. Jian Wushuang slowly raised the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. The sword was placed horizontally in front of him. However, this simple act of raising the sword instantly stirred up the surrounding space and time, turning the surrounding void completely blood-red. The blood-red sky, the blood-red earth, and even the air were filled with a large amount of blood fog. The surrounding experts even seemed to see the bones under Jian Wushuang's feet forming a blood sea. The shocking killing intent soared to the sky, making everyone's heart palpitate. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was no longer a human cultivator, but an Azura that had transformed into hell. It was a blood-red Azura. The blood-red Azura raised the sword in its hand and slowly slashed out. The simple slash seemed to contain no power. However, the moment the Blood Mountain sword was slashed out, the surrounding people were all shocked. It was the peerless sword manual, Blood Azura. Among the 7 sword moves, it was the strongest and the move that Jian Wushuang was most proud of. Deacon Long stood in the void in front of Jian Wushuang and watched Jian Wushuang strike. The moment Jian Wushuang struck, even his expression could not help but change. However, in his heart, he still did not put Jian Wushuang, a mere rank 3 true saint, in his eyes, until the sword completely descended. Buzz! A wave of space-time power came toward him without any warning. The appearance of this wave of space-time power caused the void where Deacon Long was standing to stop completely. Space-time stagnation. This was the most terrifying aspect of Blood Azura's sword move. Even Deacon Long, a rank 6 true saint, had a moment of space-time stagnation under Jian Wushuang's move. This moment of space-time stagnation slowed his reaction by half a beat. When he came back to his senses, the terrifying blood-red sword had already arrived in front of him. Deacon Long was stunned. He could only raise the pitch-black long staff in his hand subconsciously and put it horizontally in front of his chest. Clang! The blood-red sword light struck the long staff head-on. A strong force was exerted, causing the staff to press down on Deacon Long's divine body. Deacon Long's body suddenly shook, and he staggered back 3 steps. Every step he took stomped heavily on the void, as if the void was about to explode. After he steadied himself, Deacon Long raised his head again and looked at Jian Wushuang. His eyes were full of anger, but there was also a hint of shock hidden in his eyes. After all, he was a genuine rank 6 true saint, while Jian Wushuang was only a rank 3 true saint. However, Jian Wushuang had forced him to retreat. It was a direct retreat, not a sneak attack. This kid. Deacon Long's eyes were cold, and his killing intent soared to the sky. However, before he could attack again, Elder Zixing had already appeared beside Jian Wushuang. Get lost! Deacon Long glared at Elder Zixing. Long Lu, you are a rank 6 true saint, but you were forced to retreat by a rank 3 true saint. Do you still have the face to stay here? If I were you, I would have run far away. Elder Zixing smiled coldly. However, a storm had already stirred in his heart. Deacon Long's expression sank. His face was burning as his thoughts raced. He said, "Very good. With the people from the Holy Feather sect here today, I won't be able to kill you. However, don't think that this will be the end of it. You killed a core disciple of my Purple Cloud Pavilion. No matter where you run to, my Purple Cloud Pavilion will definitely kill you." Humph. With a cold snort, this Deacon Long directly turned around and left into the distant void under the gazes of everyone around him. As for the third prince and the others, Deacon Long could not be bothered to pay attention to them. Deacon Long! Seeing Deacon Long leave, the third prince and the experts under him all panicked. Deacon Long was their greatest reliance. Only with Deacon Long around, they could contend against Elder Zixing of the Holy Feather sect. But now that Deacon Long had left, who in the third prince's camp could stop Elder Zixing? An expert of the rank 6 true saint realm and Jian Wushuang, a terrifying rank 3 true saint, were enough to completely slaughter their own camp. Kill them all. In contrast to the third prince's camp, the sixth prince's camp was overjoyed when they saw Deacon Long leave. Their morale rose to the highest point. They began to kill the experts of the third prince's camp in a frenzy. The third prince's camp had long lost its backbone, and in the blink of an eye, it was on the verge of collapse. An hour later, the battle finally calmed down. The two camps, under the fierce battle of one side, finally decided the victor. The winner was undoubtedly the sixth prince's camp. As for the third prince's camp, they were defeated and returned, and a large number of experts were killed, including a few of the third prince's arms. As for the third prince, Mu Feng himself, he had escaped with his life under the protection of a few trusted aides. Although he had escaped, today's battle had completely established the situation of the Jianwu country. In addition, the Jianwu country would have the support of the Holy Feather sect in the future. The sixth prince would certainly become the king. As for the third prince, he could no longer stir up any big waves. The situation was set. The experts of the sixth prince's camp were all pleasantly surprised. While they were pleasantly surprised, they occasionally looked in Jian Wushuang's direction. It's him. He killed a large number of experts from the third prince's camp, killed the genius disciple of the Purple Cloud Pavilion on the spot, and even forced the rank 6 true saint of the Purple Cloud Pavilion to retreat. That's how we can win. Chapter 31:29. Left alone, this man is only a rank 3 true saint, right? Yes, he is a rank 3 true saint, but he can kill rank 3 and rank 4 true saints as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. He can even kill a rank 5 true saint easily. He is a monster. I don't know where such a monster came from. Fortunately, we have him. How about this battle? We're doomed to lose. Many experts of the 6th Prince's camp were discussing quietly. The topic of discussion was naturally Jian Wushuang. However, as the focus of their discussion, Jian Wushuang was obviously in some trouble. My young friend, the person you killed should be a genius disciple of the Purple Heaven Pavilion. The Purple Heaven Pavilion has always attached great importance to such a genius disciple. If you kill him, the Purple Heaven Pavilion will not let it go. Elder Zixing stared at Jian Wushuang. I know. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. You don't seem to be worried about the Purple Cloud Pavilion at all. Elder Zixing looked surprised. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was one of the 3 pavilions of the first heaven. It was an absolute overlord. Such a sect was very frightening in the first heaven. However, judging from Jian Wushuang's expression, he did not look worried at all. Haha, it's just the Purple Cloud Pavilion, and it's worthy of being feared by the Heavenly Marquis. The evil master beside him spoke. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, if you don't mind, I'll immediately report this matter to the higher-ups of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. With your special status in the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces, the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces will let the Purple Cloud Pavilion hurt you in the slightest. In addition, Mr. Heavenly Marquis, aren't you on better terms with Lord Mo Shan? You can also send a message to Lord Mo Shan and ask him to come forward. With just one word from Lord Mo Shan, I guarantee that the Purple Cloud Pavilion will not dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. The evil master was full of confidence, but it made Elder Zixing and Exanzong, who were beside him, feel a little strange when they heard it. My young friend, evil master, who is the Lord Mo Shan that you are talking about? Elder Zixing asked. Lord Mo Shan is a high-ranking official of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. He is an extremely powerful principles master. There is also a rule master in the Purple Cloud Pavilion. However, in terms of strength, the principles master of the Purple Cloud Pavilion is definitely inferior to Lord Mo Shan, Evil Master said with a smile. Principles master? Elder Zixing's body trembled as he looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. However, Jian Wushuang just waved his hand lightly and said, This is my own problem. I will find a way to solve it. I don't need to trouble the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and Elder Mo Shan. Evil Master raised his eyebrows but did not say anything. 6th Prince, how is it going? Jian Wushuang looked at 6th Prince. The situation has been decided. 3rd brother has been defeated. Most of his experts have died in the pursuit just now. There are only a few left. Don't think about causing any more trouble in the true martial kingdom in the future, 6th Prince said with a smile. In that case, I should have completed my mission, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Well, the 6th Prince's expression changed slightly. Jian Wushuang's original heaven-grade mission was to serve as his guard for 100 years. Now it had only been 6 years. However, he had invited Jian Wushuang and the others to deal with the 3rd Prince. Now that the 3rd Prince's camp had collapsed and the result was set, Jian Wushuang and the others had completed their mission. Don't worry, Mr. Heavenly Marquis. I will contact the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and tell them that you have completed your mission, the 6th Prince said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. Now that I have understood the mission, I will take my leave. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, are you leaving now? Green Prince immediately looked over. Yes. Jian Wushuang's expression was cold. My young friend, although Long Lu left reluctantly just now, I can see that he is very unwilling. If I'm not wrong, Long Lu should not have gone far. He is not far from the void and has been watching you. Now that I'm with you, he doesn't dare to kill you directly because it's useless. But if you leave alone, Long Lu will most likely come to kill you immediately, Elder Zixing said. I know that. Jian Wushuang's voice was calm. You still want to leave? Elder Zixing was stunned. It doesn't matter. Long Lu is indeed very strong, but he alone doesn't have the ability to kill me, Jian Wushuang said. If these words were said by other rank 3 true saints or even rank 4 true saints, it would be very ridiculous. But it was said by Jian Wushuang, and they had just witnessed his strength. A rank 3 true saint had killed Chui Xiao, the genius disciple of the Purple Cloud Pavilion who had the battle strength of the peak of rank 5, then fought with Long Lu and forced him to retreat. Such strength was not something an ordinary rank 3 true saint could imagine. Since I dared to leave alone, I naturally have the confidence to face Long Lu. Needless to say, it's you. After all, the genius disciple of the Purple Cloud Pavilion died here, and you helped me, Elder Zixing. I don't know if the Purple Cloud Pavilion will implicate you, Jian Wushuang said. It doesn't matter. Although the Purple Cloud Pavilion is extremely powerful, our Holy Feather sect has been in the first heaven for so many years, so we have some foundation. Moreover, our relationship with the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion is very delicate. If the genius disciple of the Purple Cloud Pavilion died at the hands of our Holy Feather sect, it would be reasonable for the Purple Cloud Pavilion to attack us. However, if the Purple Cloud Pavilion wants to vent their anger on us just because of the delicate relationship between our Holy Feather sect and you, the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion will not sit idly by, Elder Purple Star said with a smile. That's good. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. In that case, I'll take my leave. Soon, Jian Wushuang left. He left alone. Evil Master and Mirage Water had wanted to go with Jian Wushuang, but Jian Wushuang refused, as Elder Zixing had expected. Although Long Lu had left the battlefield, she did not leave at all. Instead, she hid in the surrounding void and watched Jian Wushuang's movements. When he saw Jian Wushuang leave alone, Long Lu was overjoyed and immediately followed him. In the void, which was a certain distance away from the 6th prince's mansion, Jian Wushuang and Long Lu met again, and they even exchanged blows. Bang! 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 A series of violent explosions reverberated throughout the world. Long Lu, it's useless. You are indeed stronger than me, but at most, you can only suppress me directly. However, it's impossible for you to kill me alone. Moreover, if I really want to leave, you can't stop me, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. With a flash, he dashed forward. Chapter 3130. Mind Wizard. Seeing that Jian Wushuang was about to leave, Long Lu wanted to catch up with him at once. However, Jian Wushuang was extremely fast. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had released the ice and fire domain, which pressed down on him crazily. Reducing his speed sharply, he could only follow far behind Jian Wushuang. That's right, he could not stop Jian Wushuang at all. He could only follow far behind Jian Wushuang to ensure that Jian Wushuang would not leave his sight. Damn it! I didn't expect this junior, who is only a rank 3 true saint, to be so difficult to deal with. Previously in the battle, because of the rank 6 true saint of Holy Feather sect, I could not kill him. But now, without the obstruction of the rank 6 true saint, I can't do anything to him alone. Long Lu kept cursing in his heart. I have no choice. I can only follow him and kill him when Elder Xanwu arrives. Long Lu had already reported Chu Yixio's death to the higher-ups. The Purple Cloud Pavilion naturally would not ignore the death of a genius disciple. Furthermore, Chui Xiao was the personal disciple of Elder Xanwu. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was also a great sect that was located in a mystic realm. This sect was even more powerful than the Young Divine sect. There were many experts in the Purple Cloud Pavilion, and there were even a few rank 7 true saints. It was also known that the Purple Cloud Pavilion had a true principles master. Because of this, the Purple Cloud Pavilion could be called one of the overlords of the first heaven. Within the large sect, a group of over 10 Purple Cloud Pavilion disciples formed a guard as they walked around in the air. Everything was originally calm, but suddenly, whoosh, 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 several figures suddenly rushed over from the distant air. In the blink of an eye, they swept past the group of guards and headed toward the Purple Cloud Pavilion's teleportation passage. Each of these figures had an extremely violent aura. This was especially so for the person in the lead, whose killing intent shook the heavens and earth. The 10-odd disciples of the guards were all greatly shocked when they saw this scene. What's going on? Did something happen? The person in the lead seems to be Elder Xan Wu. It's Elder Xan Wu. Look at his aura. It's so violent, and his killing intent is shocking. I've received news that Chu Yixiao was killed while he was adventuring outside. Chu Yixiao? Isn't that Elder Xan Wu's personal disciple? No wonder Elder Xan Wu is so furious. He is very protective of his own shortcomings. Kiki, Elder Xan Wu, is not only extremely powerful, but he is also extremely ruthless. Even in our Purple Cloud Pavilion, no one dares to offend him. Now that someone has killed his personal disciple, I really sympathize with that person. The disciples of the guards were chatting idly. Of course, they only dared to say this because Elder Xan Wu and the others had already left. If they were to beat them to death in front of Elder Xan Wu, they would definitely not dare to say a single word. Elder Xan Wu and the others had already taken the Purple Cloud Pavilion's spatial tunnel and disappeared into the Purple Cloud Pavilion. In the vast void, Long Lu was walking forward. At the end of his line of sight, there was a figure. That figure was, of course, Jian Wushuang. As expected, Elder Xan Wu has come here personally. Now, as long as I can follow that kid and don't let him out of my sight, Elder Xan Wu can kill him personally when he arrives. Long Lu stared at Jian Wushuang at the end, but he was also very nervous. Chu Yixiao was killed by Jian Wushuang in front of his eyes, which was already a big mistake for him. If he did not kill Jian Wushuang immediately and take revenge for Chu Yixiao on the spot, he would be even more guilty. But now, if he let Jian Wushuang escape from his sight again, and let Jian Wushuang escape completely, his crime would be unforgivable. If Elder Xan Wu did not see Jian Wushuang, he would definitely kill him immediately. Don't let him escape. Long Lu clenched his hands. He had been following Jian Wushuang to make sure that Jian Wushuang was always in his sight. However, this situation did not last for long before Long Lu's expression suddenly changed. This kid, the direction he's going, Long Lu had been paying attention to his position and had been transmitting his position to Elder Xan Wu. However, when he followed Jian Wushuang to his current position, he sensed a hint of something. There aren't any particularly powerful sects or forces in front of this kid, but there's a mystic realm of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Long Lu frowned. There were many mystic realms of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance in the divine beginning world. Many of them were not actually secret. They were already completely open and well known. In the first heaven, there were several nests of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance that were completely open. Long Lu also knew about these nests, and it just so happened that Jian Wushuang was heading in the direction of that realm. Does he want to go to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's realm and take the space passage in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's realm to leave directly? Long Lu's expression immediately changed. There was a space passage in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's mystic realm. Moreover, the space passage was in all directions and could lead to all corners. As long as one could afford to pay the price, they could directly go to the endless territory from the mystic realm. If Jian Wushuang really had such a plan, it would be difficult for them to kill him. Elder Xan Wu, Elder Xan Wu. Long Lu immediately sent a message to Elder Xan Wu, who was rushing over. When Elder Xan Wu found out that Jian Wushuang was heading to the mystic realm of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, he immediately flew into a rage. Bastard, no matter what, and no matter what price you pay, you must not let him escape to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's lair. Otherwise, you will die. Long Lu panicked. Elder Xan Wu. That kid is very difficult to deal with. I can't stop him at all. Even if you can't stop him, you have to. Even if he really enters the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's lair, you must not let him use the space passage to leave. Elder Xan Wu's voice was cold. But I'm not an official member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. I don't even have the right to enter that lair. Unless I don't care about the consequences and use some means to temporarily seal the space around the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's lair so that the space passage inside the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's lair is ineffective. Long Lu said in a deep voice. Seal the space and time. Elder Xan Wu's expression changed, and a trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. Yes. Long Lu was stunned, and his face turned pale. Elder Xan Wu. That's the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Although it's just one of the nests, it still represents the face of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and directly seals the space and time around the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's nest. This. Chapter 30-131. Seal the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was the #1 freedom alliance recognized by the absolute beginning divine realm. Seal the space and time around the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's secret lair? This Long Lu could do it, but he did not have the guts to do it. What are you afraid of? It's just sealing the space and time around it. It's not like you're going to attack the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's mystic realm directly. Even if the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is dissatisfied, you can say that you're doing this because you want to kill a person who committed a heinous crime. After you kill that person, the space and time seal will naturally be lifted. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance won't kill you in a rage. Elder Xan Wu sent a message. But Long Lu was still hesitant. Humph! How dare you disobey my order? Elder Xinwu's voice was suddenly stunning. Long Lu was stunned. He knew that Elder Xinwu was already very dissatisfied with him because of Chu Yixio's death. If he disobeyed Elder Xan Wu's order at this time, he might very likely kill him directly. Long Lu had no choice but to nod and agree. In the void ahead, Jian Wushuang indeed headed toward the secret nest of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Not long after, the mystic realm appeared in front of him. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and directly rushed into the nest. He really came to this mystic realm. Long Lu's face darkened, and then he immediately began to set up a magic array in the surrounding void. In the lair, Jian Wushuang came to the counter. Hand in the task. Jian Wushuang took out his identity token. A brown-haired elder at the counter looked up at Jian Wushuang, took the token and nodded slightly. Soon the task was handed over. Jian Wushuang also received his reward and was about to turn around. The brown-haired old man's face suddenly darkened. How dare you? The brown-haired old man shouted in a low voice, but he had already rushed out. In the void outside the mystic realm, Long Lu had finished setting up the magic array. The time and space around the mystic realm had been sealed. After being sealed, the people in the void could communicate with the outside world. However, the space passage could no longer be used. Whoosh! The brown-haired old man's figure suddenly appeared in the void and appeared in front of Long Lu. Who are you? How dare you seal the space and time around the secret lair of our Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? The brown-haired old man shouted in a low voice. Looking at the brown-haired old man, Long Lu was shocked. The aura emitted by the brown-haired old man had reached the level of a rank 6 true saint, and it was at the peak of the rank 6. Taking a deep breath, Long Lu said humbly, I am the deacon of the Purple Cloud Pavilion Long Lu. I have orders to seal this space-time temporarily. Orders? Orders from the Purple Cloud Pavilion? Isn't your Purple Cloud Pavilion a little too unscrupulous? You even dare to seal the heaven-cleaving alliance's lair directly. The brown-haired old man's voice was cold. No, no, my Purple Cloud Pavilion has no intention of going against the heaven-cleaving alliance. It's just that we happen to be chasing after a little thief who just happened to escape here. In order to prevent him from escaping, we had no choice but to resort to this plan. As long as we find and kill that little thief, I will immediately remove the surrounding space-time blockade. Moreover, Elder Xan Wu of my Purple Cloud Pavilion is also rushing over right now. When the time comes, Elder Xan Wu will naturally apologize to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's members personally. Long Lu said, Heart Shaman. The brown-haired elder narrowed his eyes. He had been in the First Heaven for many years, so he knew all the experts in the First Heaven. The Heart Shaman of the Purple Cloud Pavilion was definitely an expert, and he was not to be trifled with. What is the name of the person you are looking for? The brown-haired elder asked. His name is Heavenly Sword Marquis, and he is a rank 3 true saint, Long Lu said. Long Lu learned the name of Heavenly Sword Marquis from the third prince. The third prince had sent so many spies to serve the sixth prince, so it was not difficult for him to know Jian Wushuang's name. Heavenly Sword Marquis. The brown-haired elder narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he was in a single room in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's lair. My young friend, the people of the Purple Heaven Pavilion are looking for you. They have specially sealed the time and space so that the space passage in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's realm cannot be used. A white-robed man stood in front of Jian Wushuang and said with a faint smile, Sealed the space-time passage? Jian Wushuang was surprised. He knew that the deacon of the Purple Heaven Pavilion had been following him, so the Purple Heaven Pavilion would certainly attack him. However, he did not expect that the people of the Purple Heaven Pavilion would be so bold as to seal the space-time passage where the secret lair of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was located. I have reported what happened here to the higher-ups, but the higher-ups said that they would ask for your opinion. If you find it troublesome, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will come out directly and send the people of the Purple Heaven Pavilion away. Of course, if the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance does not want the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to come out, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance can completely ignore this matter and let you and the Purple Heaven Pavilion deal with it themselves, the white-robed man said humbly. The reason why he was humble was that he had just received an order from his superior. How could someone from his superior ask for Jian Wushuang's opinion? Just this alone showed that Jian Wushuang's identity was extraordinary. It's better for me to solve the problem by myself. I need the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's help for the time being, Jian Wushuang said. In that case, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will completely ignore this matter. Even if the Purple Heaven Pavilion seals time and space, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will ignore it and let you solve everything yourself. Of course, even if the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance doesn't intervene, this is the mystic realm of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. No matter how bold the people of the Purple Heaven Pavilion are, they won't dare to break into this place and attack. You can rest assured about this, the white-robed man said. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. The white-robed man immediately took his leave. After the white-robed man left, Jian Wushuang took out a message token. This message token belonged to Mo Shan. Mo Shan already knew that he was in trouble, so he personally sent a message to him asking if he wanted the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to help him. Of course, Jian Wushuang refused. But just as he refused Mo Shan, someone else immediately sent him a message. This time, it was Jiu Luo who sent him a message. Jiu Luo was also a friend of Jian Wushuang. They had talked about the communication token before. Brother Heaven Marquis, I heard that you are in trouble, Jiu Luo said directly. How do you know? Jian Wushuang was surprised. I didn't know. It was Lord Baiju who told me, Zhu Luo said. Lord Baizhu. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Lord Baizhu, the principal's master from the Dao Palace, had offered him a very attractive condition to join the Dao Palace. Lord Baizhu knew that you were in trouble, but he didn't have your communication token, so he found him and asked me to send you a message on his behalf. Chapter 31-32. Exchange. Master Baizhu asked if you need help. If you need help, he will come forward and guarantee that the Purple Cloud Pavilion won't dare to touch you, Zhu Luo said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled. He had just refused the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and Mo Shan, and now Baizhu came again. However, Jian Wushuang was also surprised by Dao Palace's methods. It was normal for the higher-ups of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to know that he was in trouble because he was in the mystic realm of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. However, Baizhu was a member of Dao Palace, so he already knew about it. The power of the 3 freedom alliances in the divine beginning world was not to be underestimated. Zhu Luo, thank Lord Baizhu for me. Tell him that I thank him for his kindness. As for this trouble, I can handle it myself, Jian Wushuang said. Good, then you are careful. Zhu Luo said a sentence, then interrupted the transmission. Jian Wushuang shook his head and smiled. Then he set off for Treasure Pavilion. Outside the nest of the void, the heart wizard, several people have now joined with the dragon egret. In front of them is the brown-haired old man. Xian Wu, listen to me. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will not care about what happened between you and the Heavenly Sword Marquis. However, there is one thing. Do not implicate the other members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. In addition, do not make a move in the lair of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Otherwise, not only you, but even your Purple Cloud Pavilion will be finished. After the brown-haired old man finished speaking, he turned around and left. Xian Wu, Long Lu, and the others stood there with extremely strange expressions on their faces. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is actually ignoring this matter? Ignoring it? In other words, they allowed us to seal this space-time? It seems like that's the case. How is that possible? Since when did the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance become so easy to talk to? Long Lu and the others were very confused, especially Long Lu. He had thought that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance would definitely be furious and might directly teach them a lesson or even kill them. Even if they did not do anything, they would definitely ask them to remove the space-time blockade around them. But in the end, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance did not do that. Instead, they let them be and completely ignored this matter. It's a little strange, but the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance doesn't care about this matter. This is a good thing for us, the bald old man, Xian Wu, who was wearing a black robe with a round collar, said in a cold voice. Elder Xian Wu, although the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance doesn't intend to interfere in this matter, they also warned us not to make a move in the nest. If that's the case, if Heavenly Sword Marquis hides in the nest all the time, won't we be unable to do anything to him? Long Lu said with a frown. That's indeed the case. Xian Wu nodded. However, according to what you said, Heavenly Sword Marquis is only a rank 3 true saint, yet he was able to kill my disciple head-on. His talent is bound to be shocking. If such a super genius is trapped here by us all the time, then it will be very difficult for him to truly display his talent. This is definitely not what he wants, so he will definitely think of a way to come out from inside. We don't have to worry. As long as the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance doesn't chase us away, we'll wait outside the mystic realm. Xian Wu's eyes were cold, and his heart was filled with shocking killing intent. Chu Yixiao was his disciple, and he was the favorite among his disciples. Now that Chu Yixiao was killed by Jian Wushuang, he would definitely find ways to avenge Chu Yixiao. Even if he had to stay outside the nest for thousands of years, he would never give up. The heart, which had already made up her mind and was waiting outside the realm. In the mystic realm, Jian Wushuang had already arrived at the treasure pavilion. Lord Tiansuo. Jian Wushuang looked at the golden light in front of him and immediately bowed. What do you need? Lord Tianzuo's expression was still cold. I want to exchange for 1 universe crystal. Jian Wushuang directly took out a universe crystal. Shui Bei gave him a total of 10 universe crystals. He had used one to exchange for the second volume of the gold-splitting secret manual. But now, Jian Wushuang was here to exchange for the second one. As before, 1 universe crystal is worth 5 billion holy elixirs, Lord Tianzuo said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He had exchanged 5 billion holy elixirs for universe crystals. Over the years, Jian Wushuang had killed many experts and collected many resources and treasures. In this mission, he had killed nearly 30 true saint experts, including divine level 4, and then more than a dozen experts, including Chu Yixiao, during the Great War. Many of these experts were powerful and had a lot of wealth. It should be about 4 billion holy elixirs. 5 billion, and 4 billion, that was 11. 5 billion. With such a huge amount of holy elixirs, Jian Wushuang naturally had to exchange for the treasures he needed in the treasure pavilion. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this hour, Jian Wushuang had used up all of the 5 billion holy elixirs. He first exchanged for a special secret manual called 9 Serenities Reincarnation Strategy, which was worth 4 billion holy elixirs. 9 Serenities Reincarnation Strategy was similar to gold-splitting secret manual in nature. The gold-splitting secret manual was left behind by a powerful principles master, which perfectly dissected the space-time principles. It was very useful for Jian Wushuang to comprehend the space-time principles. 9 Serenities Reincarnation Strategy was also left behind by the principles master, which also dissected the principles. However, 9 Serenities Reincarnation Strategy dissected the reincarnation principles. There were only 2 parts of the 9 Serenities Reincarnation Strategy. Jian Wushuang had exchanged for the upper part and spent a total of 4 billion holy elixirs. Although these 4 billion holy elixirs were extremely valuable, Jian Wushuang knew that the 9 Serenities Reincarnation Strategy would definitely be of great help to him in comprehending samsara rules. It would not be less valuable than the comprehension of time and space from the gold-splitting secret manual. Subsequently, Jian Wushuang spent a total of 3 billion holy elixirs to exchange for the sword principal trial tower of the black grade. Jian Wushuang had experienced the sword principal trial tower before. In his previous life, he had met a super expert in sword principle, Di San. Di San had thought of a way to let him cultivate in the sword principal trial tower for 1,000 years. During that 1,000 years, Jian Wushuang had opened a new door to the sword principle. The reason why he was able to improve his sword principle so quickly was definitely related to the 1,000 years. In this life, especially now that he had stepped into the first heaven, he knew that the sword principal trial tower that Di San had given him before was only the lowest level. It was specially prepared for some people who had just entered the sword principle. The black grade sword principal trial tower that Jian Wushuang had exchanged for was specially prepared for some powerful immortal saints. As long as they were good at sword principle, they could use it from a rank 1 true saint to a rank 7 true saint. Jian Wushuang could also use this sword principle trial tower to improve his understanding of sword principle and to hone his swordsmanship. Chapter 31-33. Cultivation. Jian Wushuang had spent 7 billion holy elixirs on the 9 Serenities Reincarnation Strategy and the Black Level Sword Principle Trial Tower alone. As for the remaining 5 billion holy elixirs, Jian Wushuang had exchanged 2 billion holy elixirs for an Emperor-level saint-breaking elixir. He had also exchanged 2 billion holy elixirs for a total of 20 drops of the cold blood poison, averaging 1 drop of 100 million holy elixirs. As for the last 500 million holy pills, Jian Wushuang used them all to exchange for divine power fruit. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang sat alone with his legs crossed, looking very calm. The purple cloud pavilion has sealed off the time and space around this mystic realm. I can't leave in a short time. Since I can't leave, I might as well stay in this nest and cultivate. It just so happens that I need time to cultivate. When I'm strong enough to deal with the experts of the purple cloud pavilion, I'll go out, Jian Wushuang muttered. He already had an idea in his mind. Jian Wushuang immediately began to cultivate a dark and boundless void. This was the black level sword principal trial tower. Jian Wushuang stood in the middle of this dark void, and in front of him, a black-clothed figure stood coldly. Trial taker, use all your strength and defeat me. You can meet your next opponent, the black-clothed figure said coldly. Jian Wushuang flipped his palm, and the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. Swish! The dazzling sword light lit up the entire dark void. Jian Wushuang had already made his move and started a fierce battle with the first opponent of the sword principal trial tower. Time passed quickly. Time passed mercilessly. In a flash, 90 years had passed. 90 years was nothing to an ordinary immortal saint. During these 90 years, the Heart, Wizard, Long Lu, and other experts of the Purple Cloud Pavilion had been guarding outside the realm. The space and time where the nest was located had been sealed. The Heart Wizard was still waiting for Jian Wushuang to come out of the heaven-cleaving alliance's realm. At this moment, in a vast chaotic void far away, Mo Shan, the three-eyed man, and the green-haired woman, these three high-level experts of the heaven-cleaving alliance, gathered together, drinking and chatting. These three people had broken through to become principals, masters a long time ago, and their strength had almost reached their limits. It was very difficult for them to have the chance to improve again unless they went to the universe battlefield. Thus, the three of them were very free on normal days. Mo Shan, how is that little guy called Heavenly Sword Marquis now? The three-eyed man asked. He is still the same. He has been cultivating in seclusion in that mystic realm, and the people of the Purple Cloud Pavilion have been waiting outside. Mo Shan said, I don't know what this little guy is thinking. We only need him to say a word, and our heaven-cleaving alliance will naturally send the people of the Purple Cloud Pavilion away for him. But he insisted on acting tough. Now he has been trapped in this mystic realm and can't get out. And the people of the Purple Cloud Pavilion seem to be watching him closely. They won't give him a chance at all, the three-eyed man said. He's not trying to be brave. He just doesn't want to owe us a favor, Mo Shan said. He doesn't owe us a favor. How can he solve the crisis in front of him by himself? Does he think that he will leave after hiding in the heaven-cleaving alliance's realm for a long time? That's too naive, the three-eyed man said. I don't know, but from what I know about this little guy, he must have his own plans. Let's ignore him and just watch quietly. I'm looking forward to seeing if this little guy can give us another surprise, Mo Shan said. Surprise? The three-eyed man and the blue-haired woman looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. In fact, with the style of the heaven-cleaving alliance, they would never allow the Purple Cloud Pavilion to seal the space-time around the nest. They allowed it now because they had a little expectation for Jian Wushuang. They wanted to see how Jian Wushuang could solve the crisis alone. Let's keep watching. Mo Shan smiled, but he had a certain confidence in Jian Wushuang. In the mystic realm of the heaven-cleaving alliance, which had been sealed by time and space, buzz, the endless power of reincarnation principles filled the entire secret chamber, and the power of reincarnation principles was completely centered on Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, the power of reincarnation principles around him disappeared instantly. Jian Wushuang exhaled lightly, but a faint smile appeared on his face. After comprehending it for such a long time, I finally comprehended the first Tao of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Jian Wushuang was also quite excited. The 6 paths of reincarnation was the biggest opportunity he had obtained in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. It was a powerful secret skill that was comparable to the space-time divine skill and might even be a little stronger. However, although he had obtained the complete inheritance of this secret skill, he had never truly mastered it. After all, this secret skill was very profound and required a very high level of comprehension of reincarnation principles. Previously, Jian Wushuang was barely qualified to comprehend the secret skill. But now, after 90 years of cultivation, although he spent most of his time on sword principle cultivation, he still left a lot of time to comprehend the principles and secret skills. With the help of the gold-splitting secret manual, he had made great progress in the space-time principles. In the reincarnation principles, he had also made great progress in the past 90 years because of the 9 Serenities reincarnation strategy. Jian Wushuang had spent 8 years to master the first Tao of the 6 paths of reincarnation. I wonder how powerful the first Tao of the 6 paths of reincarnation will be with my current strength. Jian Wushuang was looking forward to it. However, he knew that he had no chance to try it now. He was now in the lair of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, so he could not practice such a powerful secret skill. If he left the lair, the people of the Purple Cloud Pavilion would immediately attack him. There's no hurry. I have mastered the secret skill, so I have plenty of time to use it in the future. Jian Wushuang smiled and began to calculate his current strength. Over the past 90 years of cultivation, he had made great progress, especially in sword principle. With the help of the gold-splitting secret manual and the black-grade sword principle trial tower, his understanding of the sword principle had greatly improved. Now, the boundless sword tree in his body had risen from 99,000 feet to 16,500 feet. The power of his swordsmanship was even more terrifying. As for his sword techniques, the unparalleled sword manual he created had already reached the level of a 5th-level ultimate skill. But in the past 50 years, he had been creating new worlds in the sword principle trial tower, making continuous breakthroughs and advancing by leaps and bounds. Chapter 31-34 Breakthrough. I have made great progress in sword principle and swordsmanship, and my comprehension of the principles has improved a lot. If I go all out now, it will not be difficult for me to fight against a rank 6 true saint. I can even suppress an ordinary rank 6 true saint, but this strength alone is not enough. Jian Wushuang frowned. There were several experts from the Purple Cloud Pavilion waiting for him outside, all of whom were at least rank 6 true saints. Elder Xianwu was a genuine rank 7 true saint. With his current strength, he could not deal with them alone. Although I'm not strong enough, I've improved my strength to the extreme in the past 90 years. If I want to improve my strength again, I have to make a breakthrough in my realm. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. A breakthrough in realm. He had made a breakthrough from a rank 1 true saint to a rank 3 true saint in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. In the past 90 years, he had consumed a lot of divine power fruits and accumulated his divine power very quickly. Now he had reached the limit of a rank 3 true saint and was only 1 step away from a rank 4 true saint. However, it was not a step that could be crossed easily. I have reached the limit of my divine power. Under normal circumstances, I need to travel outside and find a way to break through it. But now I don't have such conditions. I have no choice but to place my hopes on the elixir. Jian Wushuang's expression was solemn. He flipped his hand, and a scarlet gold elixir appeared in his hand. This elixir was the Emperor-grade, saint-breaking elixir that Jian Wushuang had spent 2 billion holy elixirs to exchange for. The Emperor-grade, saint-breaking elixir, as its name implied, was used to help true saint experts break through their realm by force. Its value was extremely high, and it was very rare. Jian Wushuang was able to exchange for this elixir in the Treasure Pavilion because he was a heaven-grade member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. According to Sir Tensoa, the Emperor-grade saint-breaking elixir can play a certain role even for cultivators above rank 5 or rank 6. Under normal circumstances, Those who have reached the limit of rank 5 or rank 6 have a 10% chance of breaking through their bottleneck after consuming the Emperor grade Saint Breaking Elixir. I just want to break through from a rank 3 True Saint to a rank 4 True Saint. In addition, my comprehension of the principles and the Tao have long surpassed that of a rank 3 True Saint. My foundation is absolutely perfect. In my current state, if I take this Emperor grade Saint Breaking Elixir, the chances of successfully breaking through the bottleneck and reaching rank for True Saint are at least 30% or even 40%. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. The 30% or even 40% chance was already very high. Because of this, Jian Wushuang had previously exchanged 2 billion holy elixirs for this Emperor grade Saint Breaking Elixir. I'll take my chances. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. He glanced at the Emperor grade Saint Breaking Elixir in his hand and swallowed it without hesitation. As soon as the Emperor grade Saint Breaking Elixir entered his body, it instantly turned into hot energy and began to surge in his body. Jian Wushuang suddenly felt his whole body become hot and scalding. The heat continued to rise, and his face became redder and redder. Time passed. After an unknown amount of time, the hot energy in Jian Wushuang's body finally reached its peak. At this moment, he felt as if he was being burned by endless flames, and his entire body turned red. It's starting. Jian Wushuang endured the pain of the scorching energy devouring his body and began to stop the majestic divine power from attacking the bottleneck. At the same time, the scorching energy completely merged with Jian Wushuang's divine power. Bang! 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 The crazy attacks repeatedly caused the veins on Jian Wushuang's forehead to bulge. At the same time, a large amount of divine power and scorching energy were being consumed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang had attacked the bottleneck 7 times. However, the bottleneck was only slightly shaken. This is my last chance. If I don't succeed, I'll die. Jian Wushuang's expression was solemn, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. The remaining divine power in his body had completely merged with the scorching energy. In the next moment, he rushed toward the bottleneck like a torrent of steel. Bang! A low sound came from Jian Wushuang's body. His body trembled, and he also felt a sharp pain in his body. However, under the pain, Jian Wushuang did not show any pain. On the contrary, he was ecstatic, because he had already sensed that the calm center had been broken by his last attack. I've made a breakthrough. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, and the surrounding power of heaven and earth immediately surged toward him like crazy. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Jian Wushuang's divine power and divine body also began to transform. From a rank 3 True Saint to a rank 4 True Saint, it seemed to be only a small breakthrough. However, it must be known that the gap between each realm was very wide. Jian Wushuang's overall strength had improved greatly after breaking through from a rank 3 True Saint to a rank 4 True Saint. In just half a day, Jian Wushuang had completely completed his transformation. Everything had calmed down in the secret chamber. Jian Wushuang was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes open. At this moment, he was carefully feeling the divine power in his body, which was more than 10 times stronger than before. When he had just entered the 3rd rank True Saint realm, the power of his divine power was comparable to that of an ordinary 5th rank True Saint. After reaching the peak of the 3rd rank, the power of his divine power should be comparable to that of a peak 5th rank True Saint. Now that he had reached the 4th rank True Saint realm, it was no surprise that his divine power alone was comparable to that of a 6th rank True Saint. If combined with his several secret skills, his divine power might not be comparable to that of a 6th rank True Saint. Moreover, he had just made a breakthrough. Jian Wushuang suddenly waved his hand, and numerous high-level divine power fruits appeared in front of him. Divine power fruits were used to store divine power. Jian Wushuang had exchanged some of them. In the past 90 years, he had accumulated his divine power to the peak of rank 3 true saint. He had used up a lot of divine power fruits, but there were still some left. Now, Jian Wushuang took out these divine power fruits and swallowed them all without hesitation. Each of these divine power fruits provided Jian Wushuang with a lot of divine power, which made his divine power more and more abundant. In a few days, Jian Wushuang had devoured and refined all the divine power fruits. However, these divine power fruits only allowed Jian Wushuang to reach the level of an advanced rank 4 true saint. There was still a gap between him and the peak of rank 4. Chapter 31-35. The mission. It seems that I have to find the Lord to exchange for some divine power fruits, Jian Wushuang murmured, stood up, and walked out of the secret skill. The mystic realm Jian Wushuang was in the first sky, unlike in the endless territory, where there were many experts. In the hall, there were many members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance gathered. Some wore the special clothes of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and masks, but some did not. The entire hall was very lively. Jian Wushuang did not wear a mask. He just changed his original appearance slightly. He had always used this appearance. When he walked out of the room and came to the hall, the entire hall immediately fell silent. Many people looked at Jian Wushuang with strange gazes. Some were curious, some were surprised, and some were gloating. Is he Heavenly Sword Marquis? It's him. It's because of him that the mystic realm we're in is sealed by the purple cloud pavilion, so we can't even use the space passage. The space-time seal has been in place for 90 years. During those 90 years, the Heavenly Sword Marquis stayed in the secret chamber and said that he was cultivating in seclusion. But from what I can see, he didn't dare to go out, so he had to hide. That's normal. If it were me, I would have to hide under such circumstances. I don't believe that the Purple Cloud Pavilion would dare to seal this place forever. Hee. I heard that when the Purple Cloud Pavilion sealed this place up 90 years ago, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance asked the Heavenly Sword Marquis if they wanted to help him get rid of the people from the Purple Cloud Pavilion. In the end, they were rejected by him. He said that it was his fault and that he could handle it himself. There was no need for the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to do anything. Handle it himself? He's a rank 3 true saint. Oh no, he seems to have broken through to the rank 4 true saint now. But even so, how could he handle it by himself? In my opinion, he's suffering because he wants to save face. Now, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance obviously won't pay attention to this matter, and he can only hide in this nest like a coward. In the hall, many members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance were chatting casually, and many of them looked at Jian Wushuang with a hint of ridicule, because in their eyes, Jian Wushuang really wanted to save face. It would have been great if the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance had appeared before, but now he had to hide in this mystic realm. Jian Wushuang also noticed these mocking gazes, but he did not care at all. Under the gaze of these people, Jian Wushuang had already come to the counter. "My young friend, how can I help you?" The brown-haired elder at the counter was still very humble and polite to Jian Wushuang. "I want to ask how many experts of the Purple Cloud Pavilion are staying outside and what level they are at," Jian Wushuang said. "Well, I do know." The brown-haired elder smiled. "There are 6 experts of the Purple Cloud Pavilion staying outside the nest. 5 of them are rank 6 true saints. Besides an ordinary deacon of rank 6 true saints, the other 4 are at the peak of rank 6. As for the last one, you should know that he is Elder Xan Wu of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. He is a very powerful rank 7 true saint. Although he is not at the peak of rank 7, he is more powerful than an ordinary peak rank 7 true saint." Hearing this, Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. A powerful rank 7 true saint for peak rank 6 true saints and an ordinary 6 true saints in the outside world. This lineup was very strong. Elder Xan really thought highly of him. "After cultivating in seclusion for 90 years, my strength has indeed soared. In addition, I just broke through to rank 4 true saint. Now, I can deal with a rank 6 true saint easily, but the key is Xin Wu. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. Although Xen Wu was not at the peak of rank 7, she was more difficult to deal with than an ordinary rank 7 peak true saint. Such an expert was not something Jian Wushuang could deal with at the moment. However, if he wanted to walk out of this nest, he would have to face the heart witch head-on. I have no choice but to ask for help, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Of course, he did not mean to ask for help directly from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance or the Tao Palace, but to issue a mission. Sir, I want to know what price an expert at the peak of rank 7 would have to pay in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Jian Wushuang asked. An expert at the peak of rank 7. The brown-haired elder looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. He had probably figured out what Jian Wushuang was going to do. A true saint at the peak of rank 7 is already a top-notch true saint expert. Although there are also invincible true saints, a true saint at the peak of rank 7 is definitely a top-notch expert even in the second heaven, let alone in the first heaven. The price to hire such an expert is not cheap, the brown-haired elder said in a deep voice. I know the price is not low, but how much do you need? Jian Wushuang asked. At least 5 billion holy elixirs. It will take some time before a rank 7 peak true saint comes to accept the mission, the brown-haired elder said. 5 billion. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. The price was not far from what he had expected. 5 billion holy elixirs was an astronomical figure for an ordinary true saint, even for many rank 6 true saints. But it was not too much for a rank 7 true saint. After all, many rank 7 true saints had more than 5 billion holy elixirs. It was not too much to ask a rank 7 peak true saint to help once. 5 billion holy elixirs were more or less enough. How about this? I'll give you 7 billion holy elixirs. I want you to give me a task immediately and ask a rank 7 peak true saint to come, Jian Wushuang said. 7 billion. The brown-haired elder's pupils suddenly constricted. Jian Wushuang was only a rank 3 true saint before. Even if he made a breakthrough now, he was only a rank 4 true saint. How could he give 7 billion holy elixirs? If it's 7 billion holy elixirs, there should be many rank 7 peak true saints willing to accept this mission, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course, the brown-haired elder said. 5 billion holy elixirs were not enough to hire a rank 7 peak true saint, but 7 billion holy elixirs is more than enough. If nothing goes wrong, once this mission is issued, someone will accept it in 2 days at most. That's good. Jian Wushuang nodded. My young friend, the 7 billion holy elixirs. The brown-haired elder looked at Jian Wushuang. Wait a moment. Jian Wushuang went directly to the treasure pavilion. He did not have 7 billion holy elixirs, but he still had 8 universe crystals in his hand. He could get one from Lord Tianshou. Chapter 31-36. Dao Dragon Jian Wushuang exchanged 1 universe crystal for 7. 5 billion holy elixirs, of which 500 million holy elixirs were used to exchange for divine power fruits. After all, he was only a rank 4 advanced true saint and was still far from the peak. The 500 million divine power fruits were enough for him to reach the of rank 4 peak true saint and even the limit of rank 4 in a short period of time. The remaining 7 billion holy elixirs were all used to issue missions. Jian Wushuang's mission was to ask a rank 7 peak true saint to help him, and the reward was 7 billion. This mission had already reached the emperor level. The members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance were divided into ordinary members, Earth-level members, Heaven-level members, Emperor-level members, and the last primitive-level members. Naturally, there were also ordinary, Earth-level, Heaven-level, and Emperor-level missions. The mission that Jian Wushuang issued now was an Emperor-level mission. Naturally, those who were qualified to accept the Emperor-level mission were the members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance who were above the Emperor level. Experts gathered in the first heaven, and there were many kinds of missions in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, but Emperor-level missions were still very rare. Moreover, the mission that Jian Wushuang issued this time had a reward of 7 billion holy elixirs. Therefore, when the mission was issued, it immediately caused a great shock. Many Emperor-level members were interested in this mission. This was a mystic realm in the core of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. In the hall, a large number of experts of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance gathered in twos and threes, chatting casually. Due to the geographical location, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance members who appeared in this mystic realm were generally of higher levels and were extremely strong. At this moment, two figures were sitting opposite each other in front of a table. In front of them was a list of tasks. 7 billion holy elixirs? It's only for a rank 7 peak true saint to take action once. The reward for this task is quite high, a burly man said frankly. His voice was not concealed at all. It reverberated throughout the hall, attracting the attention of many people. Inviting a rank 7 peak true saint to take action. 5 billion holy elixirs would normally be enough, but this mission actually offered a price of 7 billion. The other red-haired old man smiled indifferently. However, when the two carefully read the mission's contents, they immediately felt relieved. No wonder the reward is so high. So this mission also has to offend the Purple Cloud Pavilion. The Purple Cloud Pavilion is an absolute overlord in the first heaven. Not only do they have many peak true saints, they even have a principal's master personally overseeing them. There's no need to necessarily offend such a sect. It's not wise to do so, the burly man said. Indeed. Moreover, this mission has already stated that the rank 7 peak true saint we invited must be able to deal with the heart shaman head-on. I've heard of the heart shaman, one of the elders of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Although he hasn't reached the rank 7 peak true saint yet, his methods are extremely formidable. He's even more difficult to deal with than an ordinary rank 7 peak true saint. Moreover, this person is narrow-minded and will fight over every penny. This time, he's doing it to reward his personal disciple. If any of us try to stop him, we will definitely be targeted by him. The red-haired old man shook his head with a smile. The two of them were Emperor-level members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. One of them was at the peak of the 7th rank, while the other was infinitely close to the peak of the 7th rank. The reward of 7 billion holy elixirs for this mission. It was indeed attractive to the two of them, but they obviously had no intention of accepting this mission. After all, neither the Purple Cloud Pavilion nor the Heart Shaman was easy to deal with. The two of them did not intend to accept this mission. However, at a table beside them, a long-haired handsome man who was drinking alone slowly stood up and walked toward the counter. "Give me a list of missions," the long-haired handsome man said indifferently. His voice was a little hoarse, but it was very magnetic. "Lord Dowdragon, this is the list you asked for." The green-clothed woman at the counter was a rank 6 true saint and a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. However, when she faced the long-haired handsome man, she was very respectful. The long-haired handsome man took the list and glanced at it briefly. He saw one of the Emperor-level tasks. This Emperor-level task was the one Jian Wushuang had issued. "I accept this task," the long-haired handsome man said directly. The green-clothed woman's expression changed, and she immediately nodded. "Okay, please wait a moment, Lord." The green-clothed woman immediately completed the next step for the long-haired handsome man, and the latter also accepted the task. This mission was originally a single mission, and only one person was needed to complete it. Now that the long-haired handsome man had accepted it, no one else could accept it. "Lord Dowdragon, since you've already accepted this mission, then according to the request of the person who issued the mission, you need to rush to the nest he's in at the fastest speed possible. However, the space-time of his nest has already been sealed, and you can't directly use the spatial passage to reach it. Therefore, Lord Dao Dragon needs to rush to the nest nearby first, and then rely on your own strength to rush there, the green-clothed woman said. Yes, you can tell him that I'm leaving now and will arrive in 10 days, the long-haired handsome man said. Okay. The cyan-robed woman immediately sent the message. The long-haired handsome man immediately rushed to Jian Wushuang's nest through the space passage. Jian Wushuang's nest. My young friend, someone has already accepted the mission and is rushing here. The brown-haired elder appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. So fast! Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. It had only been half a day since he issued the mission, and someone had already accepted the mission. It seemed that the reward of 7 billion holy elixirs was very attractive. I wonder who accepted the mission. Does he have the ability to fight against the mind witch? Jian Wushuang asked. Don't worry, my friend. Your task requirement has clearly stated that you must deal with the mind witch alone, so that the mind witch has no room to fight. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will naturally choose a person for you according to this requirement. If the other party's strength doesn't meet the requirement, it's impossible for him to accept the task. Moreover, the person who accepted the task is called Dao Dragon. I just heard of him. With his strength, he can deal with 2 mind witches, even if they are tied together, the brown-haired elder said confidently. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Since the brown-haired old man was so confident, it meant that the expert named Dao Dragon must be very powerful. My young friend, Lord Dao Dragon has already set off and is rushing here. He said that he will be here in 10 days, the brown-haired old man said. 10 days. Jian Wushuang could not help but smile. I also need a few days to absorb the divine power fruits. When I refine all of them and reach the peak of rank 4 or even the limit, my strength will be even stronger. Chapter 31-37. Without 10 days passed quickly. During these 10 days, Jian Wushuang had refined all the divine power fruits he had exchanged for, and his divine power had reached the limit of a rank 4 true saint. As for Lord Dao Dragon, he could not directly reach the nest through the space-time tunnel, so he could only teleport to the nearest nest. However, he had to rely on his legs to get there. In the space-time that was sealed, Xian Wu and the other 6 experts from the Purple Cloud Pavilion had been waiting there. They were very patient. However, at this moment, a figure rushed over from the distant space, directly passing through their space-time seal and entering the nest in front. Regarding this, the few experts from the Purple Cloud Pavilion were not surprised. Although they sealed space-time, they did not have the courage to restrict the freedom of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's experts. Therefore, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's experts were allowed to enter and exit. Only the Heart Shaman's expression suddenly changed when he saw that figure. That person just now is him. The Heart Shaman had already seen the person's face clearly and knew his identity. He actually came to this nest. I hope he is just passing by and has nothing to do with the Heavenly Sword Marquis. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. The Heart Shaman frowned and muttered in his heart. In the nest, Heavenly Marquis, let me introduce you. This is Lord Dao Dragon, an Emperor-level member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the brown-haired elder said. Lord Dao Dragon, Jian Wushuang called out humbly. At the same time, he raised his head to observe Lord Dao Dragon. He had a slender figure and long hair that reached his waist. His narrow eyes were unusually cold, and his expression was indifferent, as if he had nothing to do with the world. He gave Jian Wushuang the feeling that he was extremely ethereal and even a little aloof. As for his strength, although Jian Wushuang could not see through Dao Dragon's strength, Dao Dragon standing in front of him gave Jian Wushuang an invisible pressure. Although this pressure was not comparable to the pressure from the principal's master, it was very close. Dao Dragon's strength is indeed extraordinary. Jian Wushuang understood. When I entered the nest, I found 5 6th-level true saints besides the mind which guarding the outside world, Dao Dragon said coldly. Lord Dao Dragon said that you only need to deal with the mind which. As for the rank 6 true saints, I can deal with them freely, Jian Wushuang said. Okay, when are you going out? Dao Dragon looked at him. Right now. Jian Wushuang smiled. Dao Dragon nodded slightly, and then the two walked out of the nest. There were many members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance in the nest hall. They had noticed Jian Wushuang's movements. Is he finally going out? It seems so. I thought he would hide in the nest. I didn't expect him to dare to go out. Oh, right. Who is that person beside him? He seems to be very strong. Seems to be very strong? What a joke. That's Lord Dao Dragon. I've seen him fight with my own eyes. He's a rank 7 peak true saint with terrifying strength. There are even rumors that he's infinitely close to being invincible. So it's him. No wonder Heavenly Sword Marquis dared to walk out. It turns out that he invited Lord Dao Dragon to support him. The entire hall was abuzz with discussion. While they were discussing, these people also began to look forward to it. One had to know that the 6 heart shamans of the Purple Cloud Pavilion had been waiting outside for a full 90 years. Moreover, they had been sealing off space and time. One could imagine how much they wanted to kill the Heavenly Sword Marquis. Previously, they had all thought that the Heavenly Sword Marquis could only hide in this nest. However, Heavenly Sword Marquis had invited Lord Dao Dragon. Let's go out. Let's go out and take a look. On one side are the 6 experts of Purple Cloud Pavilion led by Heart Shaman, and on the other side is the famous Lord Dao Long. The clash between the two sides is really exciting. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance members in the nest also rushed out of the nest and appeared in the void. In the void outside the nest, Xian Wu and the others had been watching the movement in the nest. Suddenly, 2 figures flew out of the nest. One of them was Heavenly Sword Marquis, whom they had been waiting for 90 years. He's out. He's finally out. Haha, he's finally willing to come out? Long Lu and the others were very excited, but Xian Wu frowned. Of course, he saw Jian Wushuang, but at the same time he also saw the long-haired handsome man next to Jian Wushuang. Dao Long, it's really the guy who asked for help. Xian Wu clenched his hands and shouted coldly, Dao Dragon, this has nothing to do with you, right? Dao Dragon. Hearing this name, Long Lu and the other 5 rank 6 true saints of the Purple Cloud Pavilion were shocked. Dao Dragon was a very famous name in the first heaven. Under normal circumstances, any rank 7 true saint would have heard of this name. Although Long Lu and the others were only rank 6 true saints, they were not unfamiliar with the name Dao Dragon. This was because Dao Dragon had interacted with the Purple Cloud Pavilion more than once, and their enmity was very deep. Dao Dragon had once fought head-on with the Purple Cloud Pavilion. The Purple Cloud Pavilion had even sent several peak Immortal saints to surround and kill Dao Dragon. In the end, Dao Dragon had escaped, and even the Invincible Saint had personally made a move. Unfortunately, although the Invincible Saint could suppress Dao Dragon, he was not able to kill him. Even the Invincible Saint had personally made a move, but he was not able to kill Dao Dragon. In the entire Purple Cloud Pavilion, only the Principal's master personally made a move and could kill Dao Dragon. However, what kind of status did the Principal's master have? If he had not reached a certain level, it was impossible for him to kill an immortal saint. Because of this, Dao Dragon was still alive and well. Moreover, because of the huge enmity between the two sides, Dao Dragon would come to trouble the Purple Cloud Pavilion from time to time. This time, Dao Dragon accepted Jian Wushuang's mission not only because of the reward of 7 billion holy elixirs, but also because of Jian Wushuang's opponent and the Purple Cloud's Pavilion. Other rank 7 peak true saints might be afraid of the Purple Cloud Pavilion and would not accept the mission, but Dao Dragon was not afraid. This matter has nothing to do with me, but Heavenly Sword Marquis issued an Emperor-level mission and paid a total of 7 billion holy elixirs, and the target is your Purple Cloud Pavilion. How could I miss it? Dao Dragon's voice was cold. The Heart Shaman's expression sank. You are the Heart Shaman, right? I heard that you are extremely famous within the Purple Cloud Pavilion. You are even more difficult to deal with than an ordinary rank 7-peak True Saint. Today, I want to experience it. Dao Dragon spoke in a low voice before waving his hand. Chapter 3138. One heavy blow won. A large amount of majestic divine power instantly rose up, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a huge sea of divine power. Endless divine power churned like huge waves, slamming toward the Heart Shaman one after another. Humph! The Heart Shaman snorted coldly, but a large amount of black fog immediately erupted from his body. This fog was incomparably black, and it also emitted a foul stench. In the blink of an eye, the two experts had already engaged in a fierce battle. There was no fierce collision of power or even a violent roar. There was only a sizzling sound caused by the continuous erosion and compression of energy. Jian Wushuang, Long Lu, and the others had already retreated to the side. No one dared to get involved in the fierce battle between Dao Dragon and the Mind Witch. Lord Dao Dragon is obviously much stronger than the Heart Witch. With his help, the Heart Witch has no chance to fight at all. What's next? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned slightly cold as he stared at the 5 experts of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. With a flip of his palm, the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. Long Lu and the other 5 saw Jian Wushuang take out his long sword, and they also sensed the rising battle intent from Jian Wushuang. What is this kid planning to do? He is only a rank 3 True Saint. Does he want to fight with us? Humph, who cares? Since he wants to die, we will help him. Guys, let me attack first. Long Lu's killing intent was shocking. He snorted and directly charged toward Jian Wushuang. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A large amount of dark airflow soared into the sky. Long Lu held the long black stick in his hand and burst out his divine power to the limit. When he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, he smashed the long black stick in his hand. Boom! The long black stick was like a huge mountain, crashing toward Jian Wushuang with a rumble. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. 90 years ago, I fought with Long Lu head-on. At that time, I used my full strength to use Blood Azura and forced him to retreat. But now, a trace of disdain flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Just as the pitch-black longstaff was about to hit his head, Jian Wushuang suddenly attacked. An extremely terrifying evil aura suddenly burst out. This evil aura was enough to make ordinary cultivators tremble in fear. Jian Wushuang held the sword with one hand. The Blood Mountain sword had already turned into a bolt of blood-red lightning and struck the pitch-black longstaff in an instant. It was the peerless sword technique, Shixiang. The sword light was brutal and invincible. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out, and Long Lu's body shook violently. How is this possible? Long Lu raised his head in shock. The next moment, his body shot backward like a cannonball. While retreating, he kept rolling, and it took him a long time to regain his balance. There was also a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. A rank 4 True Saint, and at the peak of rank 4, Long Lu stared at Jian Wushuang in disbelief. 90 years ago, when he fought with Jian Wushuang's divine power aura was obviously at the level of an ordinary rank 3 True Saint. But now, he had reached the peak of the rank 4 True Saint. His realm! How could he have improved so much all of a sudden? Moreover, he had reached the limit of a rank 4 True Saint. How could Jian Wushuang's attack be so powerful? After all, he was a genuine rank 6 True Saint. At that moment, He had used all of his strength and used the strongest move he had created. But in the end, he was directly confronted by Jian Wushuang. He had been sent flying by a sword, and his divine body had been seriously injured? How could this be? Not only Long Lu, but also the 4 rank 6 peak true saints from the Purple Cloud Pavilion, and all the members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance who had come out of the lair to watch the show were shocked by the scene. A rank 4 true saint had sent a rank 6 true saint flying with a sword. Not only that, but the divine power of the rank 6 true saint was obviously weakened. Apparently, his divine body was severely injured in the collision, and he used his divine power to repair it. A single strike severely injured a rank 6 true saint. How is this possible? Everyone was in disbelief. Only Jian Wushuang was not surprised by the result. When I was a rank 3 true saint, my divine power was comparable to a rank 5 true saint. When I became a rank 4 true saint, my divine power was at the level of a rank 6 true saint, and so on. Now that I have reached the limit of a rank 4 true saint, my divine power is at the limit of a rank 6 true saint. The divine power of a rank 6 ultimate true saint, the first form of the Shixiang, has been greatly improved over the past 90 years by comprehending the gold-splitting secret manual. Now, it has also reached the level of a rank 6 absolute art. In terms of power, it is no weaker than the staff skill of Long Lu. In a situation where the absolute art is equal, the divine power of an ultimate true saint of the 6th rank is naturally stronger than that of an ordinary 6th rank true saint. Moreover, my comprehension of sword principle is also very high. The immeasurable sword tree in my body has reached 16,500 feet. This has already surpassed many top true saints, so the power of my swordsmanship is naturally stronger. All in all, of course he will be crushed by me. Jian Wushuang felt that it was reasonable, so he did not care about Long Lu. Long Lu, you are not qualified to kill me. It's better for the 4 people behind you to attack. Jian Wushuang's cold voice echoed in the world. Long Lu's face was extremely ugly, but there was nothing he could do. He could only look at the 4 people behind him. The 4 people looked at each other, and then a short elder in dark cyan armor took a step forward. "Brat, let this old man see how much you weigh." The short old man's eyes flashed with lightning, and his body trembled. The aura of a rank 6 peak true saint burst out, and at the same time a layer of light purple lightning appeared on his body. This light purple lightning was like a layer of lightning armor, and a huge axe appeared in each of his hands. The 2 huge axes were also surrounded by light purple thunderbolts. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He could see that this short elder was much stronger than Long Lu, and he was definitely very powerful among the true saints at the peak of rank 6. And that was indeed the case. Jian Wushuang had seriously injured Long Lu with 1 sword strike, which shocked many people, including the 4 true saints at the peak of rank 6. After all, these 4 rank 6 peak true saints came from the Purple Cloud Pavilion. In front of so many people, they had to care about their dignity and identity. It was not good for them to attack a rank 4 true saint at the same time. Therefore, the short elder was the strongest among the 4. Boy die. The short elder's body burst with evil energy. He dashed out like a purple lightning bolt. Chapter 31-39. Dark Dragon Spike, peak of rank 6. Jian Wushuang's eyes focused. He could easily crush Long Lu, who was only at the initial stage of rank 6, with his powerful divine power and the help of the Peerless Sword Technique. However, the Peerless Sword Technique alone was not enough to defeat a true saint at the peak of rank 6. Condense. Jian Wushuang spat out a word. In an instant, streams of demonic purple light rose up. These demonic purple lights were actually purple sharp swords. Under Jian Wushuang's control, a total of 18 purple sharp swords were instantly assembled together. But as a terrifying reincarnation wave slowly spread out from the void, a black divine sword that looked like an all condensed into form. The black divine sword emitted a dazzling dark light, which was intoxicating. The surface of the dark light was faintly surrounded by layers of black air currents. It was as if a giant dragon was circling around the dark light. The 8th level of the reincarnation sword formation, Dark Dragon Spike. 90 years ago, after coming out of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the reincarnation principles had already reached a very high level. It had already surpassed his comprehension of space-time principles. At that time, he was able to display the ultimate power of the 7th level of the samsara sword formation, one emotion thread. During these 90 years, Jian Wushuang had made rapid progress in the space-time principles with the help of the gold-splitting secret manual. However, in the samsara principles, he also had the 9 Serenities samsara strategy, which had also carried out a detailed analysis of the samsara principles. His comprehension of the samsara principles had also made great progress. Now he could perform the 8th level of the reincarnation sword formation. Jian Wushuang had already determined that the power of the 8th level of the reincarnation sword formation should not be weaker than a peak level 6 secret skill. With the same divine power, let's see if your axe skill is better or my reincarnation sword formation is better. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The dark light that was like a dragon instantly turned into lightning and shot out. The short elder appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and slashed down with the giant axe in his hand. The moment he slashed down, countless lightning bolts appeared. In an instant, the giant axe collided with the dark light. Clang! With a loud sound, the void suddenly shook. The short elder's face darkened and his body became unstable. He took 3 steps back, and each step almost caused the void under his feet to explode. As for the dim light surrounding the dragon, it was immediately sent flying by the axe. However, it was only sent flying, and it did not cause the sword array to collapse. From the scene before him, it was clear that this clash was evenly matched. This kid, the short elder's face was ashen. The spectators were all shocked. Evenly matched? He is a rank 4 peak true saint, but he is evenly matched with a rank 6 peak true saint. How is this possible? The gap between the true saint realm is getting bigger and bigger. Even the super geniuses of the 3 palaces and Tao Palace can't challenge a rank 6 peak true saint at the level of a rank 4 peak true saint, right? Everyone was shocked. Jian Wushuang stared at the short elder with a cold face. It's just as I expected. The 8th level of the samsara sword formation is as powerful as the pinnacle of rank 6. In my current state, I can fight against a true saint at the peak of rank 6. Even if I have to face him head-on, I won't be afraid. Again, with a shout, Jian Wushuang controlled the dark light and continued to shoot toward the short elder. Why should I be afraid of you? The short elder's eyes were filled with raging anger. A large number of purple thunderbolts were rolling on his body, and his strength reached its peak at this moment. In the void, the two collided again. To be exact, the short elder's big axe collided with the reincarnation sword formation controlled by Jian Wushuang. Clang, 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 only to hear a low sound of metal constantly ringing throughout the void. Every time the sound is heard, there is an invisible shock wave wantonly swept out in all directions. And in this collision, it is clear that the two sides have been evenly matched. In a void around the purple cloud pavilion that a few strong standing together. See the scene in front. These people are not good looking. This kid's battle strength is so strong that even Deacon Chi can't do anything to him, Long Lu said. In terms of strength, Deacon Chi is already the strongest among us. If even he can't do anything to this kid, we naturally can't, a true saint at the peak of rank 6 said. Jian Wushuang's strength was indeed beyond their expectations. They had never thought that a true saint at the peak of rank 4 could reach such a level of battle strength. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill that kid. a low shout suddenly came from another battlefield. Long Lu and the others were stunned and immediately looked at the source of the voice. It was naturally the heart who had fought Dao Dragon from the beginning. It was a fact that the heart shaman was very difficult to deal with. Although he was not a rank 7 peak true saint, many rank 7 peak true saints were not willing to fight him. However, Dao Dragon was not one of those rank 7 peak true saints. Dao Dragon was a super expert who dared to clash head-on with the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Even an invincible immortal saint would not be able to do anything to him. His battle prowess far surpassed that of a normal rank 7 peak true saint. Therefore, the battle between the Mind Witch and Dao Dragon began with the Mind Witch being at an absolute disadvantage. Now, the Mind Witch was in an extremely difficult situation. However, he was also trying his best to hold on. He wanted to buy time for these rank 6 true saints so that they could kill Jian Wushuang. But who would have thought that these rank 6 true saints would be so slow to kill Jian Wushuang? Of course, the heart, which was angry and anxious. Seeing the situation of the heart, which the rank 6 true saints of Purple Cloud Pavilion narrowed their eyes. They looked at each other and made a decision immediately. Let's kill him together. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 3 rank 6 peak true saints, together with Long Lu, the initial rank 6 true saint, moved at this moment. Together with Deacon Qi, who had been fighting with Jian Wushuang. There were 5 rank 6 true saints attacking at the same time. This scene made the experts of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, who were watching the fight, cry out in surprise. Wow! The rank 6 true saints of the Purple Cloud Pavilion all attacked. Now, Heavenly Sword Marquis is in danger. Humph, a rank 6 peak true saint is going against a rank 4 true saint. How dare they bully him with numbers? Many experts of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance were secretly disdainful. However, it was a fact that the rank 6 true saints of the Purple Cloud Pavilion had all attacked. The pressure on Jian Wushuang instantly increased. Chapter 3140. Sweep, did they all attack? Humph, well done. Jian Wushuang was not angry, but happy when he saw the experts of the Purple Cloud Pavilion attacking. Buzz, buzz, a majestic star power burst out from Jian Wushuang's body. The 7-star secret skill was fully activated. The 3rd volume of the 7-star secret skill was enough to increase Jian Wushuang's realm by half a realm. He had already reached the limit of a rank 4 true saint. The increase of half a realm instantly made Jian Wushuang reach the level of a rank 5 true saint. Then a large amount of golden divine power began to gather behind him, and a huge golden emperor phantom condensed behind him. The difference was that this golden emperor phantom had increased from 300,000 feet to 500,000 feet. In the past 90 years, Jian Wushuang had not only improved his principles and swordsmanship, but also his secret skills. For example, he had improved a lot in the divine punishment realm. The 500,000 feet tall golden emperor phantom looked down at everything in the world and shocked everyone. At the same time, a layer of black gold armor appeared on Jian Wushuang's body. 7-star secret skill, punishment divine realm expert, 9 brilliant star armor heavenly armor chapter were all used. The supreme sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword also unscrupulously swept out under Jian Wushuang's guidance. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's strength had risen to the peak of his own. Before, my divine power was only comparable to the peak of rank 6. But now, with the use of my secret skill, my divine power has increased by many times. I have a feeling that my strength now definitely surpasses that of an ordinary primary rank 7 true saint. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. As he felt the surge of strength in his body, his eyes shone brightly. In the next moment, Jian Wushuang's terrifying power completely erupted. Samsara sword formation, kill! Jian Wushuang pointed with his big hand. Under the dim light surrounding the giant dragon, it seemed as if a dragon's roar was heard. Then the dim light expanded and shot toward the short elder in front of him, Deacon Chi. Deacon Chi's body was still covered with a large number of pale purple thunderbolts. When he saw the dim light shooting toward him, he waved the big axe in his hand again, trying to hack the samsara sword formation back like before. In the blink of an eye, the axe and the dark light collided again. In Deacon Chi's opinion, the result of the same move would definitely be the same. However, in fact, at the moment when the two collided, what? Deacon Chi's pupils suddenly shrank. He had already felt the unbelievable force coming from the dark light. That force was completely beyond what he could bear. Clang! With a loud sound, the axe in Deacon Chi's hand was sent flying, but the dim light continued to attack Deacon Chi's divine body. Puff! Deacon Chi spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated immediately. Level 7. Deacon Chi regained his balance and stared at Jian Wushuang with fear in his eyes. After severely injuring Deacon Chi in the first collision, Jian Wushuang willed the dark light to burst out with terrifying power again and directly shot toward the experts of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Be careful! The expressions of the rank 6 true saints of the Purple Cloud Pavilion changed drastically. The dark light arrived in front of a true saint at the peak of rank 6. The true saint at the peak of rank 6 subconsciously waved the huge sword in his hand. The huge sword was thick and powerful, but it could withstand the dark light head-on. Pum! The huge sword was sent flying, and this peak-type rank 6 true saint suffered heavy injuries as well. He retreated explosively. Following that, the dark light shot toward another person. Pum! 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 There were 3 consecutive loud bangs, and the first 2 were loud. The 2 peak-type rank 6 true saints still had some strength, and they were able to obstruct the dark light, preventing it from destroying their divine bodies. They could recover after expending some divine power. However, Long Lu, who was only at the initial type rank 6 true saint realm, was in trouble. The terrifying might of the light was not something Long Lu could withstand. With just a single attack, Long Lu's divine body was instantly destroyed. Silence! The entire world fell silent. Everyone watched on in shock. Even the rank 6 experts of the Purple Cloud Pavilion were stunned. Everyone was stunned. How is this possible? 4 rank 6 peak true saints and an initial rank 6 true saint joined hands to kill a rank 4 true saint, but they were defeated by that rank 4 true saint. Is he really a rank 4 true saint? Why do I feel like he's a rank 7 true saint? A thought appeared in the minds of all the experts present. They had thought that Jian Wushuang would be in big trouble when they saw the experts of Purple Cloud Pavilion attacking at the same time. However, they had not expected that the situation would be completely reversed in just a blink of an eye. For rank 6 peak true saints and 1 initial rank 6 true saint were defeated by Jian Wushuang in just a blink of an eye. Yes, it was a sweep. The 4 rank 6 peak true saints were all severely injured. The initial stage rank 6 true saint, Long Lu, had his divine body collapsed on the spot. If this was not a sweep, what was it? Under everyone's shocked gazes, Jian Wushuang remained standing in the void with a cold smile on his face. The gap between a rank 6 true saint and a rank 7 true saint is ridiculous. After using a few secret skills, the power of my divine power has already surpassed most of the initial stage rank 7 true saints, and is even close to that of an advanced stage rank 7 true saint. My strength is so much stronger. If I use the 8th reincarnation sword formation, Yulong Spear, how can these 6th level true saints withstand it? Jian Wushuang sneered in his heart. However, his eyes turned cold, and a killing intent slowly rose from his body. You can't kill me, but I can kill you. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. The dark light surrounding the giant dragon shook slightly and burst out again, and Jian Wushuang moved at the same time. The moment his body moved, Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Crash! The raging flames, mixed with endless white ice fog, produced endless power of ice and fire. The two natural opposing powers of ice and fire merged perfectly at this moment. The power of ice and fire swept wildly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it completely covered the surrounding void, forming a huge world of ice and fire. The world of ice and fire was centered around Jian Wushuang. With a thought from Jian Wushuang, the world of ice and fire crazily pressed down on the purple pavilion experts in front of him. Under the control of Jian Wushuang's divine power, which was equivalent to that of a rank 7 true saint, the ice and fire swimming dragon ruler instantly burst out with terrifying power. Chapter 3141. Kill them all, Wang. Endless power of ice and fire swept over, causing Deacon Qi and the others to tremble. This is a domain. It's a domain, but this domain is so strong. It's too strong. This domain is too strong. My strength was actually suppressed by 40% in an instant. The shocked voice came from the Purple Cloud Pavilion's experts. The most terrified one was Long Lu, who had just reconstructed his divine body. 40%? You guys only suppressed 40%, but my strength has been suppressed by 70%. Long Lu said in fear. What? Deacon Qi and the others were also shocked. A low-grade rank 6 true saint's strength had been suppressed by 70%? How could this domain be so powerful? What they did not know was that the Ice-Fire Swimming Dragon Ruler was a domain-type true treasure. Under normal circumstances, only Principal's masters had a true treasure, and domain-type true treasures were extremely rare. Jian Wushuang, who controlled the Ice-Fire Swimming Dragon Ruler, was only a rank 4 true saint. Even if he used all kinds of secret techniques, he could only match the divine power of a rank 7 true saint. If a Principal's master were to control this true treasure, personally, with a thought, the Principal's master could easily cover an area with the ice and fire domain and crush countless cultivators in the area. Even a rank 7 true saint at the peak of rank 7 could be annihilated. This was how terrifying a domain-type supreme treasure was. Now, Jian Wushuang was using the divine power of a rank 7 true saint to suppress Long Lu, an ordinary rank 6 true saint. Of course, he could suppress 70% of his strength. Heavenly Sword Marquis is much stronger than us. Now that he has used this domain, won't we? Long Lu was still thinking in fear. Suddenly, be careful! A cry of alarm suddenly sounded. Long Lu was shocked and subconsciously turned his head. When he turned his head, he saw Jian Wushuang, who was emitting cold, killing intent. Jian Wushuang had a strange smile on his face. When he saw Long Lu, he even winked at him, but the Blood Mountain sword in his hand had already flown straight out. It was the Peerless Sword Manual, Star Dream. Qi. The sword light cut into Long Lu's divine body. The divine power of a rank 7 true saint, combined with the rank 6 absolute art, Star Dream, burst out with a terrifying tearing force, instantly cutting a gap in the protective armor on Long Lu's body. It directly left a bloody mark on Long Lu's divine body. It was just a bloody mark, but Long Lu's divine body did not completely collapse. He was about to let out a breath, but in the next moment his eyes were wide open. He had already sensed that on the bloody mark, a terrifying, erosive force suddenly burst out. This erosive force crazily eroded and annihilated his divine power. The speed of the annihilation was completely beyond his imagination. Poison venom? Long Lu murmured. Jian Wushuang, who was standing in front of him, smiled and said, "Have you ever heard of cold blood venom?" Cold blood venom? Long Lu was completely stunned, and his eyes were full of despair. Cold blood venom was one of the most terrifying poisons in the primordial divine realm that targeted the level of the immortal saint. For example, Jian Wushuang had exchanged for the god-burning poison and the evil god poison, which only had a great effect on a lower-level immortal saint. Most of them only needed hundreds of thousands of holy elixirs to exchange for one drop. But the cold blood poison was different. The cold blood poison, even with the authority of a heaven-level member, required 100 million holy elixirs to exchange for one drop in the treasure pavilion. 100 million holy elixirs could only be exchanged for one drop. How precious was it? To put it bluntly, the cold blood poison was the most expensive poison that Jian Wushuang could exchange for. However, since the price was so high, the effect was naturally not trivial. One drop of the cold blood poison is enough to completely erode the divine power of a rank 7 true saint. Even if you kill a peak rank 7 true saint, you can only use 2 drops at most. As a rank 6 true saint, you should be satisfied if you can let me use 1 drop of the cold blood poison, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. He was talking to Long Lu, but unfortunately she could no longer hear him because the cold blood poison had completely eroded Long Lu's divine power in the blink of an eye. Long Lu's life force had been completely cut off, and she could not be more dead. Long Lu is dead. Now it's your turn. Jian Wushuang's cold eyes looked at Deacon Qi and the others again. Oh no! Run! Deacon Qi and the others were scared out of their wits when they heard that Jian Wushuang had the cold blood poison. They did not dare to stay any longer. Can you escape? Jian Wushuang instantly chased after them while the ice and fire domain crazily pressed down on the 4 people. The 4 people were all at the peak of rank 6 true saint. They were powerful and had incredible speed. However, under the pressure of the ice and fire domain, their speed was greatly suppressed. Compared to Jian Wushuang, they were like snails. Boom! The dark light surrounded by the giant dragon suddenly pierced through the void and charged toward Deacon Qi. Deacon Qi waved his giant axe to block the attack. Even without the suppression of the realm, he had been severely injured by the dark light, let alone now. Bang! After the collision, Deacon Qi spat out blood again. His divine body was severely damaged, and Jian Wushuang had caught up with him. Whoosh! 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 Sword lights suddenly swept out. Wushuang's sword manual. 9th Firmament Illusionary Sword Realm. No. Deacon Qi let out a shrill cry. However, in just one exchange, this Deacon Qi, who was at the peak of rank 6 true saint realm, was killed by Jian Wushuang in an instant. Then, Jian Wushuang caught up with the other 3 one by one. In the face of Jian Wushuang's absolute strength, the 3 had no room to resist and were all killed by Jian Wushuang. Of course, in order to kill the 5 people, Jian Wushuang also used 5 drops of the cold blood poison, which was worth 500 million holy elixirs. The experts of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance who were watching the battle were stunned. 4 rank 6 peak true saints and 1 initial level true saint died just like that. How could a rank 4 true saint kill 5 rank 6 true saints so easily? Oh my God, am I dreaming? Everyone could not believe their eyes. Some people even thought that they were under an illusion and saw something impossible. But after rubbing their glasses, they found that what they saw was the truth. For rank 6 peak true saints and 1 initial rank 6 true saint of the Purple Cloud Pavilion had really been killed by Jian Wushuang. Not only killed, but also slaughtered. A one-sided slaughter. It was like slaughtering chickens and dogs, with no room for struggle. Chapter 3142. Heart-Killing Sorcery. With the help of the 8th level of the Samsara Sword Formation and the realm of Ice-Fire Swimming Dragon Ruler, it's really easy for me to kill these rank 6 peak true saints. Jian Wushuang was proud of the void. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Then he looked at the battlefield next to him. Whoosh! He moved and rushed toward the battlefield. On the battlefield, Xenwu and Dao Dragon were fighting fiercely. Xianwu had been completely suppressed and was even forced to retreat. At this time, he saw Jian Wushuang rushing toward him again. Trash! A bunch of trash! Xianwu cursed loudly, his eyes surging with fury. He had never expected that his 4 rank 6 peak true saints and an initial rank 6 true saint would be unable to deal with a little guy who was only a rank 4 true saint, not to mention being able to do anything. Even they themselves had died at the hands of this rank 4 true saint. Dao Dragon was also looking at Jian Wushuang with a strange light. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I have been in the divine beginning world for more than 100,000 years and have seen countless geniuses. I have even seen the super geniuses of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces, Dao Palace and the Space-Time Temple. But I have to say, among all the geniuses I have seen, you can definitely be ranked first. A rank 4 true saint can easily slaughter a rank 6 peak true saint. Even I have to admire his ability. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, Lord Dao Dragon, the heart, which is the only one left in the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Why don't you and I join hands and leave the heart which here? Leave the heart which here? Dao Dragon was stunned. The heart, which was very famous in the first heaven. After Dao Dragon fought with the heart, which he found that the latter was indeed very difficult to deal with. Although he was much stronger than the heart, which he had never thought of leaving her here. However, Jian Wushuang actually had such a thought. The Purple Cloud Pavilion and I have a great enmity. I don't know how many experts of the Purple Cloud Pavilion died at my hands, but the premise is that you and I have to have the strength to leave her here, Dao Dragon said. Let's try. Jian Wushuang just smiled. Jian Wushuang and Dao Dragon did not conceal their conversation, and the heart, which standing in front of them, heard it very clearly. Boy, I admire you, not only because of your talent and your incredible ability to jump levels, but also because of your arrogance. Even an invincible immortal saint doesn't have the courage to say that you can keep me. Are you and Dao Dragon qualified to do so? The heart witch's eyes were cold. He stared at Jian Wushuang. It might be difficult for an invincible immortal saint to stay, but it's different for me. Jian Wushuang just smiled coldly. As he laughed, he suddenly waved his hand. Buzz! An invisible power burst out, and in the blink of an eye, a huge barrier appeared in the surrounding void. This barrier was like an iron bucket surrounding all directions, not leaving a single crack. A formation! Heart Shaman frowned, but then sneered. A mere rank for true saint casually setting up a formation. And you dare to use it to show off? How ridiculous! After saying this, Heart Shaman snorted coldly, and instantly, a majestic black fog surged out. This black fog condensed in the surrounding void space, immediately forming a 3-meter-long black spear. This black spear had a cold aura after it was formed. It charged toward the barrier closest to the Heart Shaman. The black spear was extremely terrifying and was comparable to a full strength strike of a high-level true saint. However, when it struck the barrier, not only did it not break, it did not even budge. The full strength strike of a high-level true saint was actually unable to break the barrier. How is this possible? The heart, which was shocked. Even Dao Dragon could not help feeling shocked. The heart, which has indeed used her true strength, but she could not break the barrier at all. Even if I attack it myself, I'm afraid it would be difficult to break the barrier, Dao Dragon muttered. He could not help looking at Jian Wushuang again. A rank 4 true saint can casually set up such a powerful magic array. He must have a treasure in his hand, and it must be of a very high level. Dao Dragon was right. Jian Wushuang had used the ruler seal. The ruler seal ruled over time and space. Although it was not a supreme treasure, its value was definitely not lower than that of ordinary supreme treasures. With Jian Wushuang's current rank 7 true saint's divine power, the power of the ruler seal formed by the formation could only be broken by an invincible saint. As for the heart witch, although her means were very good, she was still far from being able to break the formation compared to an invincible saint. Of course, it was impossible for her to break the formation. In the void, seeing that his attack did not shake the formation at all, Exanwu's face turned ugly. Boy, you have such a treasure that can seal time and space. You can use it to break the space-time seal from the beginning and then leave the heaven-cleaving alliance's nest. Xian Wu stared at Jian Wushuang coldly. Yes, if I wanted to leave, I could have done so 90 years ago when you sealed the space-time. Unfortunately, I don't like being forced into such a sorry state. Besides, you are not qualified to force me to use the space tunnel to escape. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. Then he looked at Dao Dragon. Lord Dao Dragon, I have completely sealed the surrounding space. Xian Wu can't escape. Now you and I just need to work together to find a way to kill him. As long as we can completely trap him and prevent him from escaping, it's possible to kill him. Dao Dragon nodded. The reason why he was not confident in leaving the Heart Shaman behind was that the Heart Shaman's life-saving methods were extremely good. However, with the time-space seal, which completely cut off the Heart Shaman's escape space, there was a great chance to kill him. In that case, what are you waiting for? Let's do it, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Dao Dragon's eyes turned cold, and his body suddenly moved. As if teleporting, he appeared in front of the Heart Shaman. Then he clenched his right hand tightly and threw a punch. This punch contained incredible power. When he threw it, the entire void trembled crazily. Feeling the power coming from his fist, the mental wizard's expression changed drastically, and he quickly moved to block it. Chapter 3143, The Voodoo World Boom. Dao Dragon and the Mind which fought again. For a moment the heaven and earth shook. Jian Wushuang stood at the edge of the battlefield and felt the terrifying booms coming from the center of the battlefield, but his eyes flashed with a trace of heat. Rank 7 True Saint, I want to see how strong he is. Jian Wushuang smiled with bloodlust. Rumble. Endless power of ice and fire filled the sky and rushed toward the Heart Shaman like a raging wave. Under the pressure of the ice and fire realm, even the Heart Shaman was shocked. This realm is so strong. The Heart Shaman was surprised. He had noticed that Jian Wushuang had killed Long Lu and the others. The ice and fire realm was a great contribution to Jian Wushuang's ability to kill them so easily. At that time, the mind which thought that the power of this realm should be extraordinary. However, he did not expect that he, a rank 7 advanced true saint, would be suppressed by this realm. His strength was also suppressed by nearly 20% by this realm. Before, it was a magic array that sealed the surrounding void. I couldn't even move it with my full strength. But now the realm-type treasure is obviously of a terrifying level. What is the origin of this kid? How could he have so many treasures? The Mind Witch exclaimed. While the ice and fire domain was suppressing the Heart Witch, Jian Wushuang also moved. He was only a rank 4 true saint, but at this moment he had directly entered the battlefield of the Heart Witch and Dao Dragon, the 2 rank 7 true saints. Kill! With a loud roar, Jian Wushuang controlled the reincarnation sword formation. The faint light, surrounded by a giant dragon, pierced through the void and appeared beside the Heart Witch. A shrill sound of wind breaking was heard. The Heart Witch waved her sleeve. A pitch-black spear condensed in the void beside her, and in the blink of an eye, it collided with the faint light surrounded by the giant dragon. Bang! A low sound of collision was heard, and the faint light was immediately sent flying. However, the Heart Witch frowned slightly. She finally understood why Jian Wushuang could easily kill the several true saints at the peak of rank 6. Indeed, the power of his sword formation was very impressive. It was almost comparable to the attack of a primary rank 7 true saint. Boom! A terrifying, wind-breaking sound was heard. Dao Dragon slashed with one hand, and a huge crack was torn open in the center of the endless black fog. Then, a huge fist appeared in front of Xian Wu again. Xian Wu's face was gloomy. He was not Dao Dragon's match. Under the suppression of the ice and fire realm, he could only exert 80% of his strength, so he was at a disadvantage. Jian Wushuang was still controlling the sword formation to attack him from time to time, which made the situation become one-sided. In just a few moves, Xian Wu's divine body had suffered a lot of damage and consumed a lot of divine power. If this continues, I'm afraid he'll really die here today. Xian Wu's eyes were cold, but his body suddenly burst out with shocking killing intent. This shocking killing intent completely locked onto Jian Wushuang. It's all because of this kid. As long as I kill him, without the surrounding barriers, no matter how strong Dao Dragon is, he can't do anything to me. Moreover, he killed my disciple. He must die. Xian Wu's eyes were red, and the monstrous black fog on his body burst out again. Secret technique, voodoo world. Boom! The endless black fog completely exploded. This black fog was the voodoo poison from the heart shaman's body, and this voodoo poison was extremely strong. If an ordinary true saint touched it, their divine power would be instantly eroded away. Now that the heart shaman had completely exploded, the black fog became several times denser. The fog that had completely turned pitch black surged wildly, and in the blink of an eye, it actually formed a huge sea of black fog. This sea of black fog was still wildly sweeping in all directions. It was as if it wanted to completely cover the entire world around it. The voodoo world. The heart shaman's greatest trump card was also his strongest move. He had always been skilled in using voodoo. For example, he had previously refined a god punisher nail for his disciple Chu Yixiao, and that god punisher nail was refined from his voodoo. And now he had perfectly displayed the voodoo poison that he controlled to the extreme. This move consumed an enormous amount of his divine power, but its power was extremely terrifying. The majestic voodoo world covered the entire void. Anyone who fell into this voodoo world would immediately be eroded by the voodoo world. There was no way to avoid it, and they could only rely on their divine power to resist. Dao Dragon was powerful. Even if he was covered by the voodoo world, he could still resist the corrosion of the voodoo world with his own divine power. He was only affected to a certain extent in the voodoo world. As for Jian Wushuang, the moment the voodoo world swept out, he did not have much time to react. He was instantly enveloped by the sea of fog. The voodoo world is the most powerful secret skill I've ever obtained in a secret realm. Any ordinary rank 7 true saint who falls into my voodoo world will be killed after a long time. Although this kid's battle strength is comparable to an ordinary rank 7 true saint, he is only a rank 4 true saint. He won't be able to last long in my voodoo world. At most, he will die in 3 breaths. The heart witch's eyes were cold. He was very confident in his voodoo world. Jian Wushuang, a rank 4 true saint, was trapped in the voodoo world. If he did not escape in time, he would definitely die. However, Jian Wushuang, who was trapped in the voodoo world, did not have any intention of escaping. He still controlled the reincarnation sword formation and continued to attack the heart, which, with Dao Dragon, "You're courting death." Xian Wu sneered. While he was trying his best to resist Dao Dragon's attack, he was also waiting for Jian Wushuang's death. However, after 3 breaths and 4 breaths, 10 breaths had passed. Jian Wushuang was still intact in the voodoo world as if he was not affected at all. On the contrary, because he was using the voodoo world with all his strength, his divine power was greatly consumed. In addition to resisting Dao Dragon's and Jian Wushuang's attacks, his divine body was constantly damaged and needed divine power to recover. Until now, he had used up more than half of his divine power. How is this possible? It has been 10 breaths. How is it possible that this kid is still alive? Xian Wu looked incredulous. He thought that as long as he killed Jian Wushuang, he would be able to leave safely. However, he did not expect that he could not kill Jian Wushuang even though he had used the voodoo world, his most powerful skill. How could he, a rank 4 true saint, resist the crazy erosion of the voodoo world? Chapter 3144. Kill. Voodoo poison? Jian Wushuang sneered in his heart. Previously, the god-killing nail contained extremely strong voodoo poison, so it could not affect Jian Wushuang at all. But now, although the voodoo world was much stronger than the god-killing nail, Jian Wushuang was still immune to it. Even if he stayed in the voodoo world for 10 days and 10 nights, he would not be affected, let alone 10 breaths. You've used your most powerful skill, but you still can't do anything to me. Then you're dead. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. Oh no. The Heart Witch's face changed. As Jian Wushuang had said, as long as Jian Wushuang was not dead, he would be in big trouble. Kill. Dao Dragon and the Samsara sword formation controlled by Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the Heart Witch again and rushed toward her. The Heart Witch, who had lost more than half of her divine power, was in a worse and worse situation. In the end, she could only struggle. However, the struggle only lasted for a moment, and she still died. She's dead. The Heart Witch is dead. The Heart Witch is a very famous rank 7 true saint. It's said that he's more difficult to deal with than many rank 7 peak true saints. Lord Dao Dragon and Heavenly Sword Marquis really killed the Heart Witch here? Most of the experts of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance were in disbelief. When Jian Wushuang said that he would leave the Heart Witch behind, many people did not believe him. But it happened. Of course, it was not because the Heart Witch's methods did not match the rumors. It was because the Heart Witch had met Jian Wushuang, who had even better methods. The Heart Witch's best method was to control the voodoo poison, but his voodoo poison had no effect on Jian Wushuang. Secondly, his life-saving methods were also very good. That was why he dared to fight Dao Dragon head-on. However, Jian Wushuang's ruler seal completely sealed the surrounding void, instantly cutting off his chance to escape. Many of his escape skills could not be used at all. In addition, the Mind Wizard also had some unique skills. He could think of ways to avoid fighting Dao Dragon head-on, and then wait for the experts from the Purple Cloud Pavilion to arrive. However, Jian Wushuang's Ice and Fire Realm, which was performed by the Ice and Fire Swimming Dragon Ruler, also completely cut off this possibility. All the life-saving and entangling skills were restricted by Jian Wushuang. It could be said that he had met his nemesis. Since he could not use these life-saving skills, he had to fight Dao Dragon head-on. In addition, Jian Wushuang also attacked with all his strength. Of course, he had to die. Heart Shaman. This old man is very famous and has many skills. I didn't think I could kill him, but he died. Dao Dragon stood in the void and looked at Jian Wushuang with a strange look. Heavenly Sword Marquis, this Heart Shaman is an elder of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Because of his witchcraft poison and weapon refining skills, he is highly regarded in the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Now that you and I have killed him, we are in big trouble. Jian Wushuang's expression changed, and he nodded secretly. I have accumulated a lot of hatred with the Purple Cloud Pavilion. It's not that the Purple Cloud Pavilion hasn't thought of ways to kill me, but they just don't have the ability. Now, it's not a big deal for me to kill the Heart Shaman, but you are different. If nothing goes wrong from today on, the Purple Cloud Pavilion will try to kill you, Dao Dragon added. I know, but since I dared to kill someone, I must be mentally prepared, Jian Wushuang said. That's good. In that case, you take care of yourself. I've completed my task, so I'll take my leave, Dao Dragon said. Thank you, Lord Dao Dragon. Jian Wushuang thanked him, and soon Dao Dragon left. Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and an interspatial ring immediately floated toward him. This interspatial ring was the one left behind by the Heart Witch after her death. Lord Dao Dragon is very polite. He did a lot to kill the Heart Witch, but he didn't even look at her interspatial ring and left it to me? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. The heart, which was a rank 7 true saint and an elder of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. She was proficient in voodoo and weapon refining. Her reputation was shocking, so she must be rich. Although Jian Wushuang did not have any treasures in the interspatial ring, he could guess that the value of the interspatial ring was more than that of an ordinary peak rank 7 true saint. However, Dao Dragon was not interested in such a big fortune at all. He kept it all for himself. Obviously, Dao Dragon thought that Jian Wushuang was the reason why he could kill the Heart Witch. He did not accept the reward. On the other hand, Dao Dragon probably wanted to make friends with Jian Wushuang, a top genius. Lord Dao Dragon, please help me. I paid 7 billion holy elixirs, but I killed 4 rank 6 peak true saints, 1 initial rank 6 true saint, and most importantly, I killed the Heart Witch, a rank 7 true saint. I got their interspatial ring. Its value has long surpassed the price I paid, and I made a lot of money. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. He had indeed made a profit this time. Of course, at the same time, he had also offended the Purple Cloud Pavilion. The Purple Cloud Pavilion, the overlord of the first heaven, one of the 3 pavilions. In the first heaven, the Purple Cloud Pavilion had absolute authority, and all the sects and factions were extremely fearful. And the experts of the Purple Cloud Pavilion were practically unruly no matter where they went in the first heaven. Very few people dared to make an enemy of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, much less kill an elder of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Dao Dragon was the only one who dared to do so in the past 1,000,000 years. He was strong enough to not be afraid of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. The Purple Cloud Pavilion could not kill him without the help of the principal's master. Therefore, Dao Dragon was able to live. As for the others, they were all dead. Therefore, when the news of the witch Boda's death spread to the Purple Cloud Pavilion, the pavilion master and the elders of the Purple Cloud Pavilion were furious. When they learned that the Heart Shaman's death was largely due to Jian Wushuang, a rank 4 true saint, the killing intent of the Purple Cloud Pavilion's upper echelons was even more shocking. A mere rank 4 true saint dares to kill an elder of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Kill Heavenly Sword Marquis. We can't kill Dao Dragon, but Heavenly Sword Marquis must die. Soon an order was given. It was a kill order. Anyone who belonged to the Purple Cloud Pavilion, including the experts and disciples of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, as well as all the forces and countries under the Purple Cloud Pavilion, who met Heavenly Sword Marquis must be killed. At the same time, the intelligence department of the Purple Cloud Pavilion began to operate and frantically search for Jian Wushuang. Once they found Jian Wushuang, the Purple Cloud Pavilion would immediately send experts to kill him. Chapter 3145. The fight began in another secret lair of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Jian Wushuang, wearing a gray robe and a gray mask, was sitting at a table, holding a piece of information that he had just received. Sure enough, after the Heart Witch died, the Purple Cloud Pavilion became furious and tried to kill me. Not only did they issue a kill order, but they even put a bounty on the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and all the intelligence organizations in the first heaven to find my whereabouts. However, this is exactly what I want. Jian Wushuang looked at the information in his hand. A strange smile appeared on his face. He had long expected the Purple Cloud Pavilion's anger and was mentally prepared for it. In the face of the Purple Cloud Pavilion's kill order and the bounty from the intelligence organizations, ordinary rank 4 true saints and even rank 7 true saints would be terrified. However, Jian Wushuang was not. Not only did he not panic, but he also looked forward to it. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it. The road to becoming an expert is full of obstacles. In this life, I rose up in endless territories. In the beginning, I encountered some obstacles in the Pil Sun Sacred World. However, after leaving the Pil Sun Sacred World, I rarely encountered any obstacles. There are very few experts in the endless territories. It's normal that I don't encounter any big obstacles. However, this is the first heaven, where there are as many experts as clouds, my strength increases, and my rise requires a large number of whetstones. The purple cloud pavilion will be my first whetstone after I come to the first heaven. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining brightly. If an ordinary person heard that Jian Wushuang treated the purple cloud pavilion as a whetstone, they would definitely think that he was crazy. However, Jian Wushuang was full of confidence. It was his own strength and confidence in his talent. He was not worried that he would not be able to withstand the anger of the purple cloud pavilion. Instead, he was worried that the purple cloud pavilion was not enough. Let the slaughter begin. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, and the token in his hand that recorded the information of the purple cloud pavilion immediately shattered. 3 months later, in the territory controlled by the purple cloud pavilion in the first heaven, in the vast void, 2 figures were flying forward side by side. They were a man and a woman. Their auras were very strong, and they had reached the peak of rank 5, a peak rank 5 true saint. With such strength, they could already hold the position of deacons within the purple cloud pavilion. These 2 people were the 2 deacons of the purple cloud pavilion. As they rushed forward, they were still chatting idly. The ruler of the Hengshui kingdom just now was very generous. Not only did he pay us enough money, he even prepared 10 million holy elixirs for each of us, the red-robed woman said. He's smart. He knows that he can give us some benefits, so we won't deliberately make things difficult for him. Some of the monarchs are as stupid as pigs. Every time, they insist that we use some tricks before they are willing to give us benefits, said the white-robed, white-bearded old man with a smile. Haha, that's true. However, no matter what, although the 2 of us aren't strong and can only be considered at the bottom among the deacons of the purple cloud pavilion, we are considered lucky to be able to get this job, said the red-robed woman. That's not just good, it's very good. You don't know that our current job is very lucrative. There are so many deacons in the purple cloud pavilion. I wonder how many deacons envy our job, said the white-robed, white-bearded elder. As the 2 of them conversed, they were clearly in an extremely good mood. But suddenly a figure appeared in front of the 2 of them without any warning. The red-clothed woman and the white-robed, white-bearded elder immediately stopped. Both of them raised their heads and looked at the person. The person was wearing a gray robe and a gray mask. This was clearly the attire of a member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, and the aura emanating from his body had already reached the limit of the rank 4. Who are you? The white-robed, white-bearded elder shouted in a low voice. They were rank 5 peak true saints. Facing a rank 4 true saint, they naturally had the right to look down from above. My name is Heavenly Sword Marquis. You should have heard of me. A cold voice came from under the gray mask. Heavenly Sword Marquis? The white-robed, white-bearded elder and the red-clothed woman's expressions changed drastically. They were deacons of the purple cloud pavilion, so of course they knew Heavenly Sword Marquis, who had angered the purple cloud pavilion and issued a kill order. It's you? How dare you appear in front of us? The red-clothed woman shouted. It's just 2 dead people. Why wouldn't I dare? Jian Wushuang smiled and said playfully, You should have finished sending the message, right? The white-robed, white-bearded elder and the red-robed woman were stunned. They were secretly sending the message to the purple cloud pavilion. But Jian Wushuang knew this and did not intend to stop them. Since you have finished sending the message, you too can go to hell. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. Then he directly attacked. There were only 2 true saints at the peak of rank 5. With Jian Wushuang's strength, he killed them in a flash. After killing them, Jian Wushuang left. When the experts of the Purple Cloud Pavilion received the message and sent them, Jian Wushuang had already gone to God knows where. The 2 deacons of Purple Cloud Pavilion were just the beginning of Jian Wushuang's slaughter. 2 months later, the 5 core disciples of Purple Cloud Pavilion were targeted while they were out training. All 5 of them died and none survived. The killer was Heavenly Sword Marquis. Half a year later, a true saint expert at the peak of rank 6 of Purple Cloud Pavilion was killed in a city. The killer was Heavenly Sword Marquis. 3 years later, at a neutral auction, 8 people from the Purple Cloud Pavilion participated. 5 of them were rank 6 true saints, and 3 of them were rank 5 true saints. They spent a lot of holy elixirs and bought several treasures at the auction. As soon as the 8 people walked out of the auction, they were immediately killed. All 8 experts died, and the murderer was still Heavenly Sword Marquis. 5 years later, in a country, while Purple Cloud Pavilion gave Jian Wushuang a kill order and frantically searched for his escape route, Jian Wushuang also set his eyes on Purple Cloud Pavilion. To everyone's surprise, he directly entered the territory controlled by Purple Cloud Pavilion and crazily killed the solitary experts of Purple Cloud Pavilion. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was a large sect with countless experts and disciples. Many of them were wandering in the outside world and were active in this territory. Jian Wushuang had his eyes on them. He got detailed information from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and then went to find them. In just 10 years, Jian Wushuang had attacked 8 times. More than 30 experts of the Purple Cloud Pavilion had died at his hands, including many rank 6 true saints. This incident not only shocked the Purple Cloud Pavilion, but also shocked the outside world. Everyone knew that Jian Wushuang had completely fought with the Purple Cloud Pavilion.